Okay, this is the meeting of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners. It's September the 26th at 9:10 a.m. Roll call, please.
Jim Harlow.
Present.
Brent Ginger.
Present.
Tim Atkinson.
On Zoom, we have Kim Meyer. I believe we do. Not yet. Also, this afternoon sometime, I think Judge Green would like to drop in and discuss the contract with the Franklin County Juvenile Detention Center. So, since this information for me, this is a contract with him. I'd like for him to discuss it with us before we go forward. So that'll be the second. I know we still have a few departments that we need to look at. We need to review the sheriff's department, certain clerks. There you go.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. Sorry about that. I ran off and left half my stuff at home this morning, so I had to turn around.
Okay. All I said was, I know we have a couple departments that we need to review.
Uh-huh.
I know we still need to look at fine and fee schedule
Yes.
and a couple other things that were on our list. The standards that we set for our policy for the minimum balances.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know what would be a good suggestion for where to start.
Well, I had a couple of just two holdovers from the revenue lines from last week that I wanted to mention. And then I think probably looking at your fund balance policy makes sense. If that's an okay place to start. Okay. So we missed one little revenue line during the revenue discussion, and it's the transfer from indemnity. And it's a pretty easy calculation. I was just going to take a look at that and see what that number would be. I think it'll be different than last year's. Okay. So anything above 0.3% of your EAV can be transferred to the general fund.
Anything about a 3% or
0.3, 0.3. Okay. So, yeah. That number is 349,184.98. And currently you have 428,121. Which is an overage of 78,936.02. So it's a little higher. Ashley, do you see where I'm getting that at?
I mean, I see the indemnity fund on the report.
The 428?
Yep.
Okay. So I can make note of that. And I think the larger discussion I wanted to have is on the 13.5%. In listening to Alex, is there anyone that thinks that that is too high? Do we need to adjust that down a percentage or two? As long as you levy the 18% or so, you know, you'll catch any extra, but is the 13.5 a little too high?
I think as long as we have the, our levy set at 18%, then like you said, we'll catch it. So why not lower it to be a little bit on the safer side? I don't know. It's just me.
Let me drop it down to 12.5.
12.5.
I had TIFRO out at 3.99. New property is what, 2.6 or 2.7.
Mm-hmm.
So we're essentially that point difference.
Yeah.
Is that the way you see it? That's the way I see it, Ken.
Yeah. I think the difference in the calculations was I think I may have been using taxable EAV versus total. And then also giving a little bit of room for any additions to that EAV between now and December 31st when it expires. But there's no harm in lowering that and being more conservative on the estimate.
So 12.5 or 12?
Well, we were 13.5 now, felt pretty good.
They're
just
12.5.
We're just essentially a point down.
12.5.
Okay. So that's going to change the levy amounts. Okay. Okay, from the first day, I had asked Stephanie to print off your fund balance policy. Do you want to grab that and start taking a look at that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that drop to 12.5% would drop the general fund levy about 109,000. But I'll email you over here a corrected sheet so you can see that. So in looking at your policy and in looking at your minimums, are you content with those? Do you want to make any changes to those?
We'll start with the first one.
Okay. Which is the general fund, right?
General fund.
All right, so that is set at 3 months.
I thought we'd change it to 4.
Well, that's what I thought too. This is the policy that I had. Stephanie, is this the latest one? Did I miss an update?
You think it is?
I thought it was at 4 as well, but this policy says 3.
What's the date on that?
That's a good question. I don't see.
This is ordinance number 21.02.09.02,
That's the latest one that I have.
Yeah.
which is February 9th of 21.
Yeah, sure. Did you send that other one that you had to us,
I
Kim?
have it in my office somewhere.
Did you send that?
The tax levy sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, did you send that to Stephanie?
Yes, I did.
Stephanie, could you make a copy of that last email? It just came through.
Did it? I can get my emails.
Here,
I can't get my emails.
I got that, I have that levy. Right there. Thank you.
And that's what she was.
Perfect.
Okay. So for the general fund, cash reserve balances on this, it does have 3 months of annual expense.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I would like to see 6 months of annual expense. What would that take that up to?
It's $9 million.
Huh?
It's $9 million.
Yeah,
That's pretty steep. It's well over that.
Right, it's
You're
gonna
going
be-
to 21, you're talking,
we're gonna be,
talking, $10 million you want to have reserves.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, for a $21.8 million budget, that would be 10.9.
Okay.
yeah.
Not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that's pretty aggressive.
Well, that would be, right, going from 3 to 6 in 1 year. We might go up 1 point this year to 4, or one go up to 4, maybe.
I mean, 4 months, you're talking,
Be 1/3, be that 7.
yeah, it's like, you're at 6.1 right now, so.
I don't know, I thought 10 million would be fine for 6 months.
10 will.
Yeah.
I'm talking currents,
Current.
I mean, the 4 months. Okay.
So we're sitting
You know,
over here, so we got just under 7 million
Right.
reserve right now.
Maybe, it depends on how you look at it. I mean, if you go from where we are now compared to where we were 3 years ago, yeah, you're over. You're over some. Yeah. Because we have. I'd have to pull those boards, but there's probably $2,000 or $300,000. General fund, obviously, 19.
Yeah.
And it was 8.6. So. I mean, we don't have a true reserve trust.
Right, there's no true,
It's sitting in the general.
it's
fund.
just sitting, right,
But, yeah, if you want to compare year over year, so. it's probably close.
We had a reserve trust.
Yeah.
And use it.
Yeah. We let it out and decided we just don't leave it in the general fund.
So then,
Because it's as broad as it goes, I mean, it's still.
okay, so we're looking for a period of at least 4 months.
Yeah, at least 4 months.
Good.
I think that's pretty sound.
Okay, so for 21.8, that would be between 7.2 and 7.3.
Yeah,
What do you thought for?
well, I'd like to see it 6. I think if we had 6, no matter what happens, we would be in good shape.
It's an awfully big jump.
I know. I don't think we can make it
That's-
1 year.
You can have like a 3 or 5 year plan to get to that point.
That's kind of what I'm
Going from,
thinking.
You know, 10, I mean.
I would love- that's what I'd
3 to
love to
6,
see.
I mean, but 4 to 6, I mean.
The reality
4,
of
5,
it is,
6, you know.
the reality of it is we can hit 4 this year.
I think you could easily.
We can hit 4 this year without squeezing real hard.
I still think that's totally aggressive.
5 would take us up to, that'd take us up in the 9. Well, no, it'd take us up in the 8.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll let you make Tom say.
4 it is.
Four.
Four.
That's what I guess my gut says.
And next year we'll do 5 if we,
Yeah.
if we get there. I don't see any reason to ever go past 6. I mean, if we're not getting our receipts within 6 months, there's a whole lot worse stuff we have to worry about besides that.
You feel comfortable for it?
I mean, it probably is in most places around here, and even taking into consideration all the other taxing bodies, they probably barely have 3 months. I mean, in all honesty. I mean, like, our districts is basically 3 months. I mean, I'm not saying, but again, you're talking a much smaller budget, all that other stuff. You know, but I don't know if any of the school districts, some have more. They definitely have more than 6. Not from listening to them and asking when I'm gonna be writing a check every time. So,
Well, I just know that,
I mean, ideally, yeah, 6 would be.
in
Six would be perfect.
times past, we've not, we didn't expect COVID, it did happen. We didn't expect that May storm, it did happen. So any of these things, that is basically what this is for. If everything was to go south, that we could still operate, you know, because it was before I came on, but I know, listen to you and Ron talk about how you came very close to being bankrupt, you know, and couldn't make payroll, you know.
We had borrowed from highway for one time.
So,
Well, in 2010 or so, they held back 7 or 8 months of the income tax.
I just think it's,
Because you can't rely on the state to pay.
You just
No,
can't.
no problem.
Oh,
I just think it's wise to plan for the unknown. You know, and hope that it'll carry us through.
well, that's what I was saying. 6 months on a total budget, that's a pretty sizable. All revenue streams would have to end. And do we see that happen? And if we do, I mean, we have worse issues than not getting revenues in if that happens.
You know, I remember when COVID first hit, I don't know if you remember or not, I recollect, they were putting on, you know, where you had to be in curfews.
Yeah.
So nobody knew exactly where this was going, the depth of COVID and everything, and how it was going to turn into such a nightmare. And everything so intertwined economically. So I could see where, you know, there for a while, and it's, the state has in the past held our payments before, so it's been proven, if you look at the historical record that we have here. So I think 4 months is very reasonable.
4 months puts us in a firm state. 6 months, would be better. Can't get to 6 right now.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. That's right. It's a marathon. It's no sprint.
Right on.
All right.
Okay. Stephanie, are you making notes to change the policy for them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Stephanie,
Good job, Stephanie.
she is all over it today. She
Great.
did
great. Well, I assume if you're making changes that you want to put this on an agenda at some point,
Yes.
right? Okay. All right.
So-
Employee insurance fund. The employee insurance fund was another fund that was in some really bad financial shape when you were having to talk about this and put this policy in place. And I think it's recovered. It's been recovering for a little bit. And so see what you think about 3 months of expenses there. Right now, I think the employee health insurance fund is averaging maybe about 380,000 a month in expenses.
And what are we putting into it?
Good question. The general fund puts about 270 a month in it. But this is the fund where you were having office holders reimburse. So from highway and the circuit clerk funds. So one thing to think about is if you're going to just go back to highway reimbursing, that I know that was a request that you got, the monthly amount going into that fund will be reduced. And so, health insurance premiums, they usually go up. I've not seen them go down unless there's been a major change in the plan. So have you thought about, do you want the circuit clerk to keep reimbursing those employee health insurance costs, or do you plan to make a change to that?
I don't have circuit clerk, assessor's office that is reimbursing 100% of their employee costs. County clerk, treasurer, is reimbursing gross wages.
That by me again one more time, Kim.
Well,
About
the
what
receipts,
expenses are and how this fund is what it's being funded at, what level.
the general fund pays a little over $270,000 a month into the fund. And then there are other offices such as highway, the assessor, and the circuit clerk who reimburse their employee health insurance costs. The retiree health insurance plan pays the county's portion of the retirees, and then the withholdings from IMRF for the employee, the retiree share of their health insurance. All of that gets put in there, sometimes quarterly on the retiree health insurance reimbursement.
Hey, let me ask this, would employee insurance fund be relative to the, I guess, to the change that we made with the general fund balance? I mean, if we're gonna change the general fund minimum balance, should go ahead and change the employee insurance fund balance from 3 to 4. I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
It makes sense. Let me give you the rationale. and I think a logical question would be, well, why would the other fringe benefit funds, IMRF and FICA and unemployment and work comp, why would they be at 12 and this particular one be at 3? So I'll give you the thought process or the rationale behind that. IMRF, FICA, unemployment, and work comp, they have one major source of revenue, which is the tax cycle, the tax levy, which that happens in a very brief period of time when it comes to collection and distribution. So they don't have necessarily a healthy reimbursement or a healthy monthly amount. They mainly live off of the tax cycle. So employee insurance fund, because the general fund gives it a monthly check and highway reimburses monthly, and the other funds were reimbursing monthly, they had more of a steady monthly revenue stream, which the general fund has some sources like that too. So the thought was, well, we have a more consistent, equalized monthly revenue stream in employee health insurance. Now, Jim, to go back to your thought of, is 3 months enough on employee insurance? Employee health insurance in general, the increases in monthly premiums can be rather unpredictable. You can see 10 to 20% increases at any given year, in which case that 3-month reserve can be a little light. The health insurance premiums are just really unpredictable. So short answer, yes, I see your rationale. Are you comfortable with 3 months in employee insurance, or is it better to have a little bit more reserve there for the change in premiums, which happens mid-year? It happens in June or July, which is, mid-year on your annual cycle.
Right. Well, okay. The short answer for me is yes, to increase it to 4 months. That's just me speaking for myself. There is a possibility that our insurance costs may go down. If there's like what you were saying, if we switched, we had a big presentation here not too long ago.
Okay.
And now actually CMS is supposed to come and give us a presentation too, I think.
But I would rely on that.
Right,
We go on what we know right now.
right.
So do we, we might look at a different, should we look at a dollar amount instead of a monthly amount?
I'll say this too. This can always be modified at any time, correct?
Correct.
So,
So you said it's about 400,000.
I definitely put a starter beside this one, but you
Yeah.
can circle back around.
okay.
Put in,
Mhm.
circle back around again.
Yeah,
Well, let's put 4 months on there.
Okay.
Just move on. Is that okay?
yeah, that's fine. She was talking about being volatile,
Yeah.
and maybe a hard number might be different than a percentage or a monthly.
Okay. IMRF, 12 months, again, it gets one major revenue source a year. And, IMRF and FICA, those were two funds that traditionally started the year in a negative balance, negative 300,000 to 600,000. And then you would pay all of the benefits all year long. And so by the time it rolled around to receive the tax installment, these funds were negative millions of dollars. And so it really hampered cash flow at specific times of year. And so that's where the 12 months. So you start your fiscal year with enough to get to, the next 8 or 9 months of tax collection and not have that drain on your cash flow. With only one source of income, one primary source of income, I think that's a good plan. I don't think I would change that.
Oops.
No, I agree. There's no way. I definitely wouldn't want to go backwards on that.
The retiree health. 6 months.
How's that holding up? How's that working out for 6 months?
Well, I mean, historically, it worked out well. Here's the catch or the issue that I'm seeing here lately. Your cash and bank balance in the retiree health is depleting because you have had some retirees depart where you didn't have any salary savings, yet they've joined the retiree health plan. So right now, the retiree health plan is spending about probably 125 to 130,000 a year. And it's had no income in 2022. It's had a little bit of interest income, about $1,100. And, you know, so at that rate, yes, you've met the 6-month reserve. Yes. But we can also calculate a financial death date for that fund because of that, because there's, you know, there are people on the plan that just didn't have a calculation to contribute to the retiree health plan. So traditionally, the 6-month minimum there has served you well. But I think we need to look at when we're talking about transfers and different things of support, that one is spending about 125 more a year than it's bringing in right now.
And that as more people retire, that would only get worse, correct?
Yeah, especially for those that don't have a salary savings
Right.
when they leave, because the funding mechanism there is the salary differential.
Then that poses a good question. I mean, okay, we've got it set at 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is a year too much to ask for? Or is that, or split the difference?
I don't think 12 months would be too much to ask for there. I think that would give you time to plan something like we're talking about, where it's spending more significantly than it's bringing in. That just gives you time to make a correction.
Go to 12 months.
What's that?
That's what it is.
Yeah, 12.
Okay, let's go to 12 months.
Okay. Unemployment work comp, you know, those are again funded with the tax levy, one source of income a year. Any change on that? Jail debt service, sort of a similar concept. It gets one transfer a year from the general fund to make the jail debt payment. And part of the bond resolution is that you have enough money on hand to make the annual bond payment in advance. And then there's also a reserve for a final year payment. So
Which one are you talking about?
the jail debt service.
So,
Okay.
okay.
I thought we were still in workman's comp.
Yeah, I thought we
I'm
were.
sorry.
So workman's comp, we're not going to touch that, right?
Or the unemployment.
All right, those are both going to stay at 12 months.
Okay.
Jail service, the jail debt service.
Mm-hmm.
So you lost me whenever I was still up on unemployment, workers' comp. So could you repeat what you were saying about jail debt service?
Sure. Sure. The jail debt service fund is the bank account where the jail debt payments are wired from.
Right.
And the jail debt service fund gets one source of income a year. It's generally a transfer from the general fund to make the jail debt payment. You also have a bond agreement where you agreed to have a certain, amount on hand to make the upcoming bond payment. And then there's another reserve on the next page where there is a $500,000 reserve for a final payment. So the 12 months seems to meet the bond requirement and also works from the common sense aspect of only having one source of income a year.
Yeah. I would say leave it alone.
Okay. Are you ready to go to the ICRMT?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. ICRMT, there's a standalone account that the insurance company uses to pay any issues coming up with deductibles. And so they have access to that. And then they give the treasurer's office the list of payments that are made. And so the treasurer's office then does the bank reconciliation work and recording those monthly payments. Now, I had noted where the insurance premiums to ICRMT were paid out of the deductible fund. And those are actually levied and budgeted in the liability insurance trust, which is not on this list. I think that's a conversation we need to have. I think we need to add the liability insurance trust to this list. So the ICRMT balance is normally, $1 million plus. Right now it's at 136,000. It may be a little less. That was the balance as of August 31st. But I believe the liability insurance trust owes the ICRMT standalone account a little over $920,000 for the premium issue. In the ICRMT standalone account, a lot of times in the budget, what you guys talk about is how many deductibles do you want to have set aside? You have a $300,000 deductible. And traditionally it's been 6. You felt like 6 deductibles. So 6 times 300,000 is you were trying to maintain $1.8 million. And then the levy is adjusted up or down depending on how far away you are from that $1.8 million number. So when it comes to that measurement, 12 months of annual expenses or 3 or 6 deductibles at 300,000, what's your feeling on how you want to measure that reserve?
I would say by the number of deductibles.
Okay.
I mean, is there a different way you should look at it?
I think because your deductible is so high, it makes sense to plan for a certain number of those. And 6 has generally been a good number to work from. Do you have any information from Tom yet on, are you able to lower that deductible number, or do you know?
No, I don't know. He never mentioned anything about it, at least not to me.
No, he's not mentioning it to me.
Have you talked to Tom or anything? Any chance? No. Okay. I can ask him.
Yeah, he usually has some renewal information about this time of year, maybe a little early for him.
I thought he briefly mentioned it.
Okay, so for the policy for this one, you want at least 6 full deductibles set aside. So that language will change a little bit.
Okay, so does that 12-month reflect that 6, or does it not?
In bad years, yes. In good years, no.
Okay.
Um,
Well, then this is one we'll come back to.
Okay.
We'll get some information from Tom.
okay. The jail reserve fund, if you're ready to go to that one, is it okay to go to that one?
Yes.
Okay. So this one used to be, before you did a refinance, the 1,442,000. But with your refinance, the bond company agreed to lower that reserve to $500,000. And so you took that difference, that 942,000, and you made a debt principal payment with that, with the refinance. And so this $500,000 is tied to the minimum amount on hand for a final payment that they wanted you to have on file. So that, I don't see any need for that to change. That's just tied to your bond agreement. Capital improvement.
Okay.
200,000. How do you feel about that?
Well, we talked about a lot of things. What's that, computers and
Computers.
What will we spend in cars, squad cars? You have any clue?
I think so too.
Yeah.
3 or 4. Wow, boy, you are aggressive, too. Well, let's try to walk around and try to figure out, where'd you get the number?
Right. Well, I'm just thinking about the number of squads we're to try to buy.
Try.
Well, this is a fund that I don't think we've got a full grasp on where we can actually.
What's the most we've ever had in there?
Historically.
Historically, I want to say maybe the $300,000 level, high threes. I think there are a couple things going on where just the price of your fixed asset items is escalating really quickly. So, 200,000 for squad cars used to be a comfortable number. I don't think that's a comfortable number anymore with the prices escalating the way they are. And I think the other thing is, your plan of replacing 3 a year or so. I think maybe, does that number need to also change to be a 4 or a 6, which again, just increases that number.
I'm playing 400 out there to put a star by it.
We'll go to 4 on that one, Ken, and put a star with that.
That could all change the conversation on those requests.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, who does the courtroom work for wiring and Wi-Fi and all that stuff? Who pays for that?
Clear systems for most of them. The stuff that they're doing right now, like,
Well,
they're getting like their monitors and all that.
No, somebody's in there today said they need Wi-Fi and all that stuff up on the floor with the attorneys said.
Oh, that was Terry. I don't know.
Phones.
CDS might be able to, but what they would do is contract with somebody.
Well, but who paid for it?
I don't know. I mean, you mean
The
us?
DVC or court assessment or us or, I don't know. I would
I
think.
don't know. I mean, Judge Green's paid for a lot of, technology.
He has.
over.
Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, Wi-Fi itself, like if you're talking about the booster, that would probably be, it would probably be the county. I mean, it's not hardwired. And
I don't know.
I mean, if it's phone jacks and stuff, they're probably paid by PVC.
Two people said it.
But I don't, I mean, like if you're talking just a booster to get it from the first floor up to the third, I mean, those are like mounted units on a wall. That's like what those look like. I would think that would be a county project. We're either, CES or whoever. I mean, Judge Reagan's using it for all the Zoom court stuff that they're setting up now on those courtrooms. He's contracted to somebody to do that. You could ask him this afternoon.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he might be willing to pay for it, I guess. That's what they're saying, the PD's office.
Okay,
Well, before we leave the fund balance minimum, I think we need to add the liability insurance trust. And it also has one source of income a year with the tax levy cycle. So do you want to put that one at 12 months as well?
What would that number be? How much?
That one's going to be at least $1 million to $1.5 million. And again, that's going to be tied to Tom's change in your premiums. That one's been as high as $1.7 million a year. And that's even with a $300,000 deductible. But it seems like that one's been easing up a little bit, but that can also be a volatile number. I was going to look and see what the last ICRMT. Well, yeah, I don't have an updated ICRMT amount yet. Okay. Okay, so Jim, to go into the next thing that you had mentioned was the fine and fee schedule.
uh-huh.
Do you want to do that, or would you rather work on some of the offices?
Let's go and find a fee schedule. Wrong.
Okay.
This is an area that, correct me if I'm wrong, the county board sets this for all the fines and fees, correct?
Yes.
And directs where the money should go.
Right. So it will take a filing fee or a traffic ticket, something like that. And this will, based on the schedule, this will show the distribution to the multiple funds.
That list of Do you have a list of what the current balances are in all these funds?
831.
Yeah, something like that, just to give us an idea.
No, then.
Which ones are you going? Because this is,
We're gonna look at all of them.
this has highway and everything. All of it, like Pacific.
Other than the highway.
Well, I mean, I can't.
Are they all on
They're
there?
all listed. I mean, I.
Okay,
all
well,
my
then that's
collective
okay.
accounts, all the,
That's
ARPA
okay.
fund and everything, so.
So that way we can, let's see what.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we don't know where they're starting.
You probably need,
That's it.
you guys have this already? The actual, like the last gen fund balance and all the
Maybe cut
trusts?
that and do.
I mean, like, some of these are trusts that are not actual standalone, so.
Tom Brady's gonna pull it out.
Did he pull up?
No,
He got a touchdown at the last minute, seconds to go.
Can't move it up.
oh, you can't.
Tried for an extra point and failed. Had a tie game. They could get past the 50.
Well,
You pay that.
he lost Gronk, so he doesn't have anybody to throw to. You have to watch what Susan tells us.
Stephanie's making some copies for us right now.
Sure.
You know, last year we had that copies of the fund balances plus what they were being replenished at, the rate. Do we not have that?
Yeah, I'm working on real quick. I've got a nice document, I think, that does that. I'm just making sure all the new ones that have been picked up are reported under each office. So I was going to email you this in just a second.
Okay.
And see if you like this presentation. If you don't like it, you don't have to use it.
Okay. If she's getting this, she's working on another email that she's gonna be sending. So as soon as she gets it, I can't get it.
Turns off.
No, it's just talking about, I'll try to.
Sometimes it turns off.
Have you had to redo
Password.
your password?
That's what it's asking.
I did that last week, the week before. No, I had to, on the,
No, on the email.
right, on the
Oh.
email, yeah, I had to get a new password last week. Yeah, it's catching up.
Or it's on my other accounts.
On a roll.
They're not this one here. Not the county. It's asking the same. You about there?
Yeah. 1 second. I'm just double checking, make sure I got all the new ones. Sometimes there are new funds added during the year. And gotta make sure that they're all being picked up. And we can just double check as we kind of go through these as well. Almost there. They're just a lot of accounts,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of trusts, a lot of standalones. And so I start off with them sort of in fund number order, which is fine. But then I think sometimes it helps you if I sort the information by office. So you can kind of see a departmental total of what they have to use. And that's been helpful instead of looking at it in fund number. The fund order is just basically the order in which they were opened up over time. And, that's not necessarily the most helpful presentation sometimes. Okay. Just a few more clicks here.
That's it. Geriatric misdemeanor.
Glasses.
Okay. Okay, see if you like this presentation, if it's helpful.
Did you send it?
Doing it now.
So that's.
Okay.
Sure. I can send her. Make sure I told her. What is it?
I sent that to Stephanie as well, so she could print that for you.
She's waiting there now.
Okay.
Sorry.
It is.
So and on this particular worksheet, I've given you two snapshots in time. The cash balances as of November 30, 21. And then through August 31st, receipts and disbursements. And then the balance as of August 31st to 22. And then I got a little double check there, the cash proof column.
What do you mean
There-
by, what is it? Is that,
Why don't you wait till we get
Gotcha.
it printed out?
Gotcha.
I know,
oh,
I know.
Technology.
Great.
Technology kid.
all right, I'll wait till you get paid. Okay, that's more crazy.
Oh, money, doesn't it? I'm running.
My talents.
But we've got it.
Okay, so let me know if this presentation kind of helps, but this is a listing of the offices that have those automation
Mhm.
accounts, and I included highway on here too. Those are just highway funds. So for the fee funds, for the court system, there's a circuit clerk court system section there at the top.
Mhm.
But I started you off with the cash balance at November 30th of 21, and then looked at the year-to-date receipts and disbursements through August 31st, and then gave you a cash balance as of August 31st of 2022. And so Ashley may have a more current balance than that, but I just did the last reconciled month.
I don't, I didn't, I mean, your trust you can't, until the end of the month, and I didn't like print out any kind of year to date.
Yeah.
Snapshot of the standalones.
So that section there under the circuit clerk court system,
Mhm.
that's where you're going to find the terms you hear a lot of: court assessment, document storage, automation. Those are where those large funds are. So you can see those balances there starting at the start of the fiscal year. And then the disbursements are, higher than the receipts, which I think with the projects going on, that would be expected.
So then what we have to do then is look at the amounts from this one, from the ordinance that we have here in front of us. And just go down it and see what we want to change. As far as the direction where this money is going to, what fund it's going to. So is there any direction that we need to start with, or do you want to start at just that schedule one?
Well, I think there is something what would be very helpful in interpreting this document.
Mhm.
And let me send this. Okay, Steph, so if you could go print this one. When you look at the fine and fee ordinance, so if you just start under Schedule 1, okay? What you see there is a split of $20 to automation, 20 to dock storage, $5 to operation admin, and $2 to justice, and so on. And so you may look at that and say, well, but that's not a lot of money. And so what I emailed you is that's per case. And they've got some changes going on in their case filing codes. But what I emailed you that I just sent to Stephanie was the 2021 number of case filings for the codes that were in effect in 21. And so they're a little different in 22. But when we're talking about how much money you would have to total the case types that you've got going on times the $20, times the $5, times
Right.
the $2.
Hey, Kim, you're missing a fund on the circuit clerk, unless you got it labeled differently.
Which one?
The op-ed,
Oh, okay. Let me go grab that. Let me see. I might have.
I mean, that's 172,000 there. I don't
Yeah.
see-
Yeah.
You just reference that, I think, in that feed.
Okay.
The other thing I didn't know if you were adding all the funds, there's no coroner with the cremation or the morgue trust on. I didn't know if you were just trying to identify the ones that have fees associated with that.
Yeah.
Or-
Sure. But it's no harm to add those. I'm just trying to give information that's helpful to figure out which direction to go. But let me add those. That's not a problem. Yeah, the coroner is not court related. He does charge for, use of the morgue. Would a grand total help?
Oh, I didn't know what you were trying to do on this schedule. If it was related to just court fees or funds that were kicking in on employee cost, or what the objective was.
Yeah, I was just trying to give.
But I mean, highway obviously doesn't flow through, other than that they're paying.
She's sending us a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, even a few dollars makes quite a bit of difference.
Yes, it does. When you look at the volume.
16,688 cases. Right? Very close.
Use some kind of sheet. You guys this?
Yeah, I've got that on my desk. What's that? So,
I mean, this is criminal, quasi criminal caseload statistics by county. County year 20. This is total cases. 16,730.
there's 16,688.
Pretty dang close. Do you want those or how you want to copy those? Or?
I got it. Yes. $16,734. Change it here.
I don't know. So.
See,
Okay, so I just emailed you the one with the op admin included in there. I was checking them and I had clipped that one by mistake and then added the coroner to it.
it's odd. Those are new filed cases.
Uh-huh.
16,734. We're looking at this caseload document.
Uh-huh.
You never guess what county would be somewhat close. Pulaski. That's just odd.
Also, attention to speed.
I guess that's what it would be. Did you send over that new document?
Yes, I did.
There she comes. Okay. So where do we go from here then?
Well, I think one thing I was going to take a quick look at, there was a restructuring with this ordinance back in 2019 that really changed the volume or the dollar amounts of where things were going, the dollar splits were going. And when more money was shifted to the court system fine and fee funds, that's where you started to shift payroll costs because it was diverted from the general fund to those funds. But I was going to try to give you a volume pre-19 change and now to give you some idea of how much money the dock storage and automation used to collect pretty regularly, about 106,000 a year. And from that, they would take care of the copiers, the computers, the software. And that was enough to build some of these balances and keep current costs paid. But I believe the amounts they're receiving from the 2019 change are significantly higher than that. But I was just going to quantify that for you so that you knew, it was doubled or tripled, and that might help you with the fine and fee amount. Okay. So for dock storage, I think automation should be similar. They're close. They're very close. Yeah, they're both receiving about, on average, about 15,000 a month. So between 170 and 180,000 a year. And Ashley can double check my math there if you'd like.
Is that prior to the change in 19? Or
No,
after?
that's post change. Prior to the change, it was anywhere from 100 to 106 a year.
Noted about 170.
I'm going to check the 18 amounts just to verify that. There was some decline going on just because case numbers were falling and things like that. But I'm going to look up the 18 amount, which is prior to the 19 change.
That's for automation and dock storage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So not quite a doubling effect. Once I verify this 18 number here. It was in 18, it was actually more, it was closer to 83,000. So it had fallen off a little bit from the highs. So the fees going into the fee funds now have basically about doubled from where they were prior to 2019. And that was one of the rationales where you had shifted salary costs to that. And I'm going to double check automation. I will say, well, I have to open different companies to get to different amounts here, but if you're thinking, for example, about the law library, where you're going to see some references to law library down in the document, and how Judge Green had said, well, we don't need that much any longer. One fund that continues to struggle that would benefit greatly from an increase would be the court security fund. So that may be one thought for you.
Okay, so are we ready to start looking at these then?
I was going to double check automation's 2018 activity on receipts.
So if you're looking at me or you're looking at a screen?
Okay, now automation would have had about the same $80,000 activity as well. So, basically from 2019, pre-2019 to now, the money going into the funds has about doubled. I think through the presentation of the circuit clerk that he had wanted to add the employees back to the general fund, and that conversation may be a little early. I was looking on the fine and fee schedule for the law library mentions to see where that could be reduced. I'm not seeing any mentions of law library.
That's
I'm looking for it and I don't see it.
Oh, wait a minute. It's down there at the bottom in the last paragraph. One of the last paragraphs of the page.
Which page?
It would be the very last page, page 13. I got a hit on law library there.
Skip to the back.
Okay, fees collected per 55 5/5 39001, which is going to be $3. Yeah. So that's the fee that Judge Green was talking about. It's $3 a case right now. I think that fund is bringing in,
It's be it further ordained, that's on the signature page.
yeah,
So it's the very last page.
yeah. It looks like it's bringing in about 7,500 a year.
The first be it further ordained. See that?
It's in the third paragraph from the bottom, right above the signatures.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, and that's $3.
Yeah, known as law library fee.
Right.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
But it's at $3.
Yes, and that's generating about $7,500 a year.
$3 per case.
That's 2,500 cases.
Oh, I'm saying, that's, doesn't even add up.
Yeah, so that number would be a lot larger if it was on total cases.
Well, I think the law library fee would only be applicable to certain case types. I think that's why the math doesn't work out really well there. But he mentioned he had gotten the cost down to, I believe it was like 2,000, 2,500 a year, somewhere in there. So do you want to start by reducing it by $1 or $1.50 or something like that and see over the next few months what that produces?
This can always be changed at any time,
Right.
okay? So if it's getting $3, I would start at $1. Yeah, I would say $2. I'll just throw that out there.
Leave it to
Reduce it $2.
leave it at one
$1.
month. 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm
You wanna
saying.
do 2 or
Go from $3 to $1. It can always be changed
Yeah.
back. All of these can be changed at any time.
Okay.
So as a starting point, let's go take it down. Let's be aggressive. Let's take it down to redirect $2 out of the 3.
You know, talking 7,500 total.
Well, but you got a balance of $8,100 in the town, even if you take it down to $2,500 a dollar per.
It's just a continuous growth.
You're still, well, I mean, you're at least equaling his current outlay. You still got your reserve balance there. You know, you feed into that by 500 or 1,000, you're still good.
Right.
Okay. So you'll have to amend your ordinance to restate the law library fee. Now, I don't believe in looking at this. You know, each schedule has a maximum that can be charged. And so the law library was on top of that. So I don't really know that you can move the savings on the law library to that, but you could look at redistributing the maximum amounts based on the schedule fees there.
Say that again, that we can't collect it?
Well, the third to last paragraph says that law library, foreclosure prevention, abandoned real estate are all in addition to the schedule fees. So the schedule fees have a max that can be charged. So since the law library is not included in the scheduling fees, it's on top of, I think if you reduce it, then it is just a reduction in fee. I don't think you can move that one to increase schedule.
All right, well, that's a big bunch of nothing.
We go to the authority, then brought back entertainment.
Well,
So-
no, you got an extra. Kim's just saying you can't move that. You're not gonna gain $5,000.
Right.
No.
I can't put that in the general fund.
It's just gone. I mean, you're giving a benefit to the citizens. You're not paying.
Okay, so then why not just reduce it all?
I think you have to have a library.
Well, you're still going to have at least 2,000 a year in law library costs.
Yeah.
At $1.
Well, you're gonna have ongoing costs.
Yeah,
But if you don't charge anything, you basically got 3 years worth of
okay,
funds and you're gonna have to start charging again.
okay, all right. Let's just,
So,
all right.
and I don't know what else. I don't think you can.
All right, we'll just drop it down to $1. We'll see how it goes. We can always adjust it.
Okay. Now back to the schedules, what we can do is look at how you want to break apart. For example, on Schedule 1, 307, Schedule 2, 257. Take a look at just how those are split. And that's where I'm saying, court security, if you're going to make a change, could really use some additional funding. It's been in a danger zone for quite some time.
Yeah, that was talked about, we did that one time transfer where we basically reimbursed all the, like the FICA and everything and workers' comp and that that the court security fund had been paying over the last 2 or 3 years and gave it back
Mhm.
to help build that back up. I mean, is that something we would need to talk about of whether or not court security moving forward for this next fiscal year, are they going to just reimburse gross wages or are they going to continue to reimburse all like what the highway does? Because I mean, that would affect how you would possibly readjust these fees as well. If you only chose to just have the fund reimburse gross wages only.
And Ashley, was that about a $50,000 number? Is that about right?
Well, we have the $50,000 in the general fund, which I didn't move. I think we moved, was it 29,000 or something, or 20, somewhere between 29 or 25 and 29,000. I think that we wrote out of the workers' comp fund and I don't remember. I'd have to look at that and see exactly what that made up.
Yeah.
But that was just a stopgap measure, so we maybe didn't have to divert money from the general fund.
Yeah.
And keep it in the general fund.
Yeah. So for example, I guess my point to that, even with that cash infusion there of, I think it was around 50 grand put back in court security, the fund balance has only gone up about 20. So it's not really making the progress that you need it to make.
So because aside, if you want that fund to reimburse all costs, then you're gonna have to.
Let's raise it up quite a bit.
Substantially. You just want it to cover wages and then let the levy funds cover the rest of it, like other departments are doing. Then you don't have to beat that number up so much.
So if I've got the right number, that fund's been out about 196,000
Yeah,
year to date.
Mhm.
yeah, the 214 consists of a cash infusion.
That includes the 50 grand in cash that we get.
Because it's not nearly producing now.
We put more money in that this last month.
No, I mean, I did, well, I mean, you get monthly, payments just out of the fee. I think I
I
did
know the
that.
fees I'm talking about from the general fund.
No, I didn't do anything from the general fund. I took all that out of the trust funds. I think we did that in maybe May or June. I'd have to look and see. I know I did it because you guys signed it, but I don't know. I'd have to pull the GL.
Yeah, I remember
That's exactly what it was. I mean, I had it. We went back and figured out, went back 3 or 5 years and added every single one of those claims up and then came up with a total. And asked them for it, go ahead and reimburse for that rather than pulling the 50 grand out of the general fund for the month.
Ken, do we have any idea what the dollar amount there is going to be needed to keep that fund up?
Well,
I
from,
think it's the right question.
Mhm.
We want enough money to cover the benefit packages.
right. So the fund right now has been spending anywhere from, just depending on if it's a 3-pay month, 4,000 to 6,000 more a month than it's bringing in. And let me see if I can give you.
And it's 12,000. It's long. Isn't that right, Kim? I mean,
Mhm.
usually 10 to 12,000 on payroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, on
Well,
that's
the
for
point
full
she is.
reimbursements.
What
Yeah.
we need to adjust, try to level that out, try to match what needs to go into it.
Well, it shows back, part of it is do you want to pay, do you want that trust to pay everything, or you just want it to pay the wages only? And then let the other,
How did we set that up originally, Kim?
Originally, they were going to be paying all the fringe benefit costs just like every other fund. Yeah. But it was so financially difficult. That's where you talked about trying to find different ways to shore it up until you got a plan together on fines and fees. So right now, on certain cases, the court security fee is $40.
In August, that would have been 9 months. And
yes,
I got it going out almost 22 grand a month that was person.
no, I mean, that's about, I
I
mean, like I said, 10 to 12,000 payroll.
For pay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
you said payroll. I was thinking, you said this month, I was like,
No, no, so you got at least two.
yeah, so
Two payrolls.
22 grand a month.
Mhm. And I think the other thing to keep in mind on a fund like this is the expenses are going to escalate every year with just pay increases going on, health insurance costs going up. If the fee doesn't keep pace with that, that's where you're going to start to run negative, which has happened.
What would be an increase in that would get us back to where we need to be?
Okay. Give me just 1 second. So if I just do some math and I look at about 48,000 a year that it's dropping in cash flow, and I look at the about 262 right now on expenses, that's about a 19% differential. So I would think that you would have to increase the fee at least 25% to stop the bleeding. Does that make sense?
That's what the numbers say.
$50.
Does every fee have a court security fee attached to it?
Did you hear that question?
Does
Does that-
every fee have what?
A court security fee
Attached to it?
attached to it.
No.
Because I'm not really seeing it in DUI fees. There's a lot of items in here. Oh, no, there is.
Court security fee the same, every one of these cases.
It looks,
It's $40. It's so
Straight
far.
across the board.
yeah.
Yeah, when I've seen it, it's been $40.
So I think maybe that ought to go to pick it up to 50, you know, to account for the unknown.
Well, but where we're gonna get it at from these,
Mhm.
You have to lower it out.
we'll have
Right.
to lower another one or multiple ones.
Okay.
Right.
I had to budget the fee schedule.
$10.
Yeah. I mean, and there is a lot
No, I
here.
know, it's huge. I mean,
Yeah.
some of those have, 5, 6, and 8.
You know, what are gonna be our unintended consequences by raising this? Where is it, where we're gonna hurt ourselves?
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, if we can agree to $10 increase and then take it up to 50, and then just make a note, that's $10 that we're gonna take somewhere else. And
We
then
take it
move
up to
on.
Ashley's.
I don't get it, hey, I don't get those fees. Don't be lumping me into that.
And then just, you know,
You gotta pull it out of that, 12 or 18 page document.
I'm
We'll
just
see.
joking,
That's
Ashley.
all right.
we'll see what fees, you know, we can take it out. It may be a combination.
To get to where I'm at.
So it looks like to me there is a
But
change.
that's, Kim, that is still with the levy, correct? That increase with the levy, or is this taking it away from the levy?
This is just fees. and
This is fees,
This
you're
is
totally
just fees.
separate. This is your fee side.
Right, no, I know, I
Bottom half.
understand, this is
That's
the
not-
fee side.
But
But what is collected with this is combined with our levy, correct?
Your tax levy?
Yeah, I mean, that's your bottom half of your receipt that you, yeah.
You've not made a change here yet that would affect your tax levy.
Yeah, so you get, I mean, this is, these are all your state funds, and you got your tax
Yeah.
levy there, and, everything else that we get on a monthly basis
Okay.
breaks out. So in essence, where this is, I mean, you're gonna have to, like, your $10 has to come from whatever clerk schedule or,
Right,
Inmate
no,
booking,
I
whatever
get that,
that-
yeah, I get that.
but it wouldn't.
Okay, so it looks like it's pretty uniform, $40.
Yeah,
To schedule 10.5 truck weight and load offenses where it drops down to 10. Looks like it stays at 10 for those last few fees.
why would that be set at 10?
I don't know.
This is probably the total, right?
Well-
Like your total fee is.
The fees may have gone down in total. Yeah, one's $100 fee, the other one's $64, one's $95. I think the fee total went down.
Yeah.
Actually,
It
Violation.
proportionally decreases based on. Was it like the $40 ones, or you did like $300?
yeah, I would get my 310 or 307.
So proportionally.
Yes, proportionally, yeah.
Yeah, Tim, I see what you're saying. For example, on Schedule 11 and 12, the 20 to automation and dock storage stayed in place, but it looks like the one that took the brunt of that would be court security.
So I don't think we can just do a blanket, we're gonna raise it up $10 or whatever. That's gonna take some work to figure out where that needs to come from. These lesser ones for sure.
Well, I mean, she's saying 25%.
So
Well, for
Well,
the
let me ask-
1250 or.
let me ask this, on the schedule 11
Uh-huh.
and 12,
I
Uh-huh.
suppose.
can we address those individually, or does it have to be a blanket across?
No, you can adjust those individually.
Okay.
What was that now?
We can adjust those individually,
Which, each one of those line items?
Yeah.
Yeah.
11 and 12.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
like if you do it at the proportional percentage, so like $12.50 or $13 or whatever.
Well, let me ask you this question, and this is just a planning question. Is it worthwhile to talk to the circuit clerk about the concept of, well, restoring the wages to the general fund? It makes sense to also restore the income to the general fund, to kind of put those funds back to just paying computer type expenses. Has anyone brought up that conversation yet?
Be honest with you, I'd just soon keep his employees on his own fund.
Okay.
Well, let's think it through. He's taking money out of those funds right now to increase the pay over what the union contract was.
Can't control it.
No, we can't, but we could control it if they were under general fund payroll, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, you said.
We might have to pay for that.
So maybe we should give some thought to bringing back on and reducing those fees.
But it's already there now, so you're just putting stop to it.
You know what I'm saying? No, we have a union contract.
But, he can't just go out and unilaterally do it if it's under the,
If the increase is from the general.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, giving those raises like you did, it's gonna cause us problems.
It's gonna give us problems.
You just remember what I said.
Oh, I agree 100%. That's gonna cause problems.
That's absolutely absurd.
So Jim, just to give you an idea, on Schedule 1, the line that would affect the general fund and, other income sources like the levy would be the clerk fee. Down there under item C, that goes directly to the general fund under the scheduling fees. So if you change that 194 under Schedule 1 to be a different number, that impacts general fund revenue.
That's your point, Tim, that these funds, they tend to forget, they're not their funds,
Yes,
they are taxpayers.
it's all taxpayer dollars. Is out of that office, he's paying the full load on all the benefits, right? Out of those funds for those offices. He is,
He gets, Somali prepares a claim after each payroll with every single thing. So gross wages, pocket social security, workers' comp, everything is all included in that. And then I send him an invoice for the employees that are on the health insurance. After confirming with Julie about what their plan is and what the county portion of the cost is. Send them
That's not a proportional cost, that's a set cost, still, I believe, right, for each employee.
It's yeah.
So that doesn't go up with the amount of money that each employee makes, it's not proportional.
No, it's based solely off of what the premium is, the counties.
The parts of the county is responsible for the proportion to gross wages paid. He's covering those costs
Yes.
out of those funds.
Well, here's the deal. He said, you bring back over here, pick up bennies too, or you can leave benefits.
Yeah, we can really decide how that money's gonna be paid.
Salary over here, and benefits. Tell me, that happens every year. Can't be going out and giving a dollar raise to your staff just because you have that money, because it's not his money.
No, and nobody here is saying that it's not
Yeah.
earned or welcome.
Well, so there's
It's just that we have a contract that was negotiated with the union, and
a
he's in
lot of
excess,
contracts, man.
And
And
we just
they're all
throws
gonna know
everything
about
out
it.
of whack.
and he's in excess of it, which does cause other problems with other contracts.
Because they all look at each other's contract. That's the issue.
Well, they won't see it in the contract.
Nobody wants to be first on that because
And
everyone
it's,
wants to.
it's the
look
Me
at this
Too.
sucker.
Me
Yeah,
Too.
but they won't see that in the contract. That's, he's letting it right out
That's
there.
the problem that we face.
Once it gets out, then you'll hear about it. Total garbage.
Well,
We're here to do that, to put this in
I would
place back.
consider doing the salary, but not the benefits.
We got so many options here.
Or put a big star by and come back.
Well, if we're gonna do the salary,
I don't want to.
so we're gonna have to adjust the fees that he's getting anyway, because we're gonna recapture that money. That's going to now, it's going to those wages.
It's on the back,
Instead of
it's on the
leaving
back
it
side.
back over here. There's not a whole lot of difference to me in knowing the contract, knowing what those proportional benefits would cost us. We could do benefits also. But I understand,
You're on money, tack on 20+%. So
right, but we're going to adjust those fees, or that fee schedule that he's getting to pay those employees. It's either 6 of one, half a dozen another, right? So we capture the full cost of those employees. I don't have a problem bringing them back over here. And if that means we do have some control over any excess that's being paid to them.
Well,
So they-
I said, so if you go it over here,
But he could
can you still do some kind of
You can still pay,
raise?
you can still give raises or whatever else out of those funds if you.
if you got funds.
If you have the funds and you pertain, and you can justify the job part, so he could still get the dollar no matter what. If it's all applicable to, like, the statute of what that fund can entail. And since, I mean, if you're talking dock storage, I mean, everybody does something in the realm of filing
Just-
there, so that.
Well,
Just to be clear, Kim, if we drop them, all his employees back onto the general fund, he could still pay a dollar amount for an increase.
then I would be interested.
From his
It's a
funds,
move
correct?
down.
He could still give a raise of whatever he would want. Anyway,
well,
as long as it came from his special funds.
here's the challenge that I run into in my mind with that. I think you would need to put that concept through a legal review. And here's why, the automation and document storage fees are to be paid, or to be used for certain expenses. And generally, there's been specifically identified costs regarding wages and whatnot that, someone was really working on scanning and automating things and document storage. That blanket to pay everybody, I would just have to caution everybody to really look at that and get out the statutory language on what you can spend that money on and see if you have a match on purpose and dedicated purpose there. If the legal review says, yeah, everybody's doing some sort of automation or some sort of document storage because of the change in the office dynamic of how they file and record and everything's gone to online, that may be okay. So if that's the case, then I think there's discretion there on, as long as I believe it's the chief judge and the circuit clerk on a couple of those agree, then I don't think there would be any limitation. But I encourage a legal review of doing that first.
So he's saying every single employee falls under the 2K.
But those categories have limitations. That's what she says, that's what we need to check.
Well, there's only one he has specific people that he's paid out of automation, specific people paid out of dock storage, specific, or single one, I think, out of, the child support. Now, the dollar across the board is paid directly out of dock storage for everybody.
That means they're really in there.
So, I mean,
Qualified.
Under
qualified
dock
under dock
storage.
storage.
So that's everybody.
I guess, I mean, that's what I'm saying, I'm just telling you from the payroll's
I quit.
standpoint, that's what,
So if that's the case, like I said, how does everybody qualify under dock storage?
I don't think it is.
I don't know, that's not for me to.
Right, that would be.
I can just tell you, like, for my stuff, I mean, for, treasury automation, I mean, everybody in my office looks up tax bills, or prints out tax bills, or takes a thing.
Mhm.
So, I mean, technically, they are all,
You got 5 employees versus 20.
I understand, but I'm not saying, I guess I'm playing devil's advocate, talking, I don't know if number of employees matters. If I had 50 employees, if they all did it, I mean, technically, they roll.
They all do the same thing. They
So,
all
I mean,
touch the same
that's what I'm
thing.
saying, if everybody has something to file, then they may, it may be applicable. I don't know. No matter if you have 5 or 25 or 55, it's still, if they have that function.
So there's probably a legitimate.
I'm saying that you can probably find, like I said, I can tell you, literally, everybody in my office, they know how they pull, print, accept payments. So, I mean, they are part of the tax line.
Yeah.
No matter if they're,
I don't get that.
they're labeled as a payroll clerk or whatever. They still have that functionality.
Or his or more classified.
I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm saying classification of name or title. But then we're getting in the weeds here because I know you got, certain labor contracts have classifications of titles and what their duties are and that others don't. So, I mean, yes, long story short, your legal opinion on it.
Yeah,
Let's
that's bottom line.
I'd say that's a new guy do that.
Yeah,
I'm talking to Tom Couch. So we're back to square one.
We are.
Which is,
seem to get there a
We
lot.
got a complete reason.
we did do a complete 360. Back to keeping them on his fees, his funds. Because it probably isn't going to make a difference, but I would still check it out.
I think it's worth checking out.
Can I ask you to do something else as well? That you're gonna be talking to legal about this?
Yeah.
Can I'd love to have for every office that has to pay, I mean, that's including my own, that we have either some kind of agreement or something where it lays out what the responsibilities of that office holder is to the county. So, if they're supposed to pay all wages, fringe, and everything else under the sun, that it's written out. So like we have it on file like, in our office and there's teeth that you can put in it. If I turn in the claim, it doesn't mean they pay it back. I mean, I hound them until they do, but was there any, can you make the office holder, or is there any way that if they do their people say, I'm paying it, then what can we do to remedy that? Probably the answer is nothing, but nevertheless.
I was just letting you, because you were heading all the way back to square one, so I was just gonna let you.
I know, I know, but I would love to have something in writing if we, just, I mean.
Sounds to me that's treasurer's problem.
No, I tell you what.
But what-
While I'm on
If
phone.
I go into someone's office and say, here's the agreement, I want you to sign it, and be like, what do you, who came up with this? And I'd be like, well, it was mine idea. Yeah, and they could have a little more.
You're asking the same thing you've asked for a million years.
I know. I mean, and I will say this, all of the office holders have been good about, I mean, they paid what I've requested of them, and everything else. I haven't had to hound them very much and all that. Well, I mean, depending upon what.
Well, they may forget right out of the gate.
But I mean, I would love to be able to have something that we can, I mean, I don't mind putting something together that would be uniform to say, okay, Treasurer's office is paying X, Social office paying Y, Clerk Z, County Clerk this, so then that way it's laid out, everybody knows. We're not going back to say, hey, so what's the treasurer pay, what's the county clerk pay, what's the circuit, I mean, it's like, here's the spreadsheet, here's the agreements of what everybody's doing. But yes, I know the final answer is that you can't force them to do anything they don't want to, but.
Okay. All right, so we reach an agreement on anything here?
Well, we all agree that we need to do 25% for court security, but we don't know how we're gonna get there.
We all agree we need a legal opinion.
Okay.
I think that sums up our morning.
Okay, so
We're back to square one.
Kim, does 25% cover full reimbursement of all costs associated with court security?
I think at the current level, it would, but that would probably change by the next year. The 25% is just sort of a tourniquet on it right now.
Contract and on a new contract for 23.
did next year we'll address it again.
Yeah, so for 24.
Is there any reason you guys won't have any? Because I mean, that's, basically you're going to be in a net.
And
Well,
do we want to enact a minimum fund balance on that? I suppose it's worth looking at.
What do you think about that, Kim, that idea, a minimum fund balance? That would be something, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think because that's been so volatile that would be a good addition to your policy.
Security is year to date. So it was 22,000, so add another 40,000, so it's basically be just under 250, it looks like. Expenditures of that line item, of that fund. Say 240.
I think, Tim, it's going to be closer to probably 260 because there are a couple 3-pay months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So 260?
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to get there in the first year.
22,000 a month
22 grand a month. Yeah.
at least. So. Minimum 3 months or 66.
Yeah, 66. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking we were 2 months left. 60.
Everything like that. Total dollar amounts. 3 months would be 66,000 currently. So add.
Yeah, so if we drop 65, say 75 into them, that covers for 3 months, probably including the new contract year. We might look at that after that and see. That's leaving us at current fee schedule levels, correct?
Yeah. So are you thinking you want to start court security minimum at 3 months?
Let's start it at 3.
Okay.
So how would that work? We would have to put an infusion of cash into that, correct?
Well, rather you're going to have to feed it or to generate an additional 62.50 a month. But that's going to get you to 3 months at
At
month 12.
at month 12.
I mean, if you unless you do a transfer from something, which I mean, there's still, I haven't done it yet, in the budget.
Yeah, there's 50,000.
Available to transfer.
Yeah.
Through the budget, because like I
So we
said,
could do it this year.
we could do 50,000, I mean, and then you could probably have some out of contingency, do the other 25, if you're gonna do that. Or you could
Before
do
the end
50,
of this fiscal year.
yeah, or you could do 50,000 and then figure out a way to make up the other 2,000 to get you at 3 months at the end of, the next fiscal year. Those would be like your two possibilities. I would think that there's gonna be enough in contingency barring some
Right.
gigantic implosion.
We didn't have all the
next 3
employees.
months.
Would we have enough contingency, Kim,
We
to
should
do that?
You would, I think you would have a layer there. The problem that's going to come up is starting last year and this year, because of the negative cash flow in court security, the general fund has had to have a layer added to it of 50,000 to prop up that fund. Okay, and as time goes on, that 50 is going to turn to 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100 because wages keep going up, fringe benefit costs keep going up. And so it's going to pull more and more on your general fund to provide that security. So I think addressing the negative cash flow at the source, which is the fine and fee income, is the smart way to go. Otherwise, you're going to have to be prepared to give up larger and larger amounts of your general fund to compensate for the shortage.
Can we do a percent instead of a number?
You mean a percentage of the fees collected?
You can use whatever metric makes the most sense to you.
I was gonna say that way it'd always be adjusted. For future.
The total fee for each of those offenses, that's set by the court, right? Yeah, so the state sets the
So
max.
you're not gonna be able to, I don't
I
think,
mean, not perfectly,
So
but
you're probably gonna have to readdress that every year.
I would say
You're
that's,
probably gonna have to readdress it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you can do that this is at 40, and we're gonna increase it 25% each year. I don't think you can, with that. You just have to manually do that and adjust that.
so somebody's going to have to be robbed from every year to keep support
Pretty
security.
much.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if we've got $300 and $40 of that is now turned into 50. Somebody's going to lose $10.
Yeah. And then the next year, if you're
And
adding
then-
another 25 or 10%.
well, this is something that we look at every year.
And I'm wondering if it's not,
$200 is gonna have to.
if it just shouldn't be a general fund obligation every year also.
now I'll offer this comment. It's not going to be a popular one, but the 25% jump is to stop the bleeding,
I was gonna say, make it full, like 35 or 40 this time.
to try to get ahead of it.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
So
Okay.
let's make it a $60.
Well, thanks for, I won't be the bad guy because I was getting ready to say that.
Well,
We had thought of, I didn't, that was, I thought it was going to be too unpopular.
Well, I mean, the thing is.
I'll be unpopular. It's fine.
Let's just do it.
So if we did a $60, say a 50% jump of what we're getting now.
Yeah.
Take that up to $60.
Then you would probably, I mean, you would be ahead, but you could back it off possibly if you see something changing. I mean, I would still probably put the 75 grand in there.
I think we need to put 75 grand in this
And
year.
then,
Let's get a minimum on there.
and then you can be ahead.
Okay.
And then you're knowing that if that's the case, then you're paying all.
So do we want to accomplish and put 75 grand in there? All right.
Yeah, let's do that for sure.
3.5 hours, we got something.
Yes.
Okay, well, you've got 50 budgeted. Where's the extra 25?
Well, it would have to come out of contingency.
I
I mean,
gotcha. Okay,
yes,
that's fine.
if you wanted to be nice, you could do the 50 now because you know it's budgeted. You wanted to wait to do the other 25 towards the end of the year. You know, unless you're
Well, we
just,
can do the 50 now and
I'm pretty confident
Finish.
you're gonna, I mean, have that.
there's going to be money in there. Yeah.
Okay, so we did 50 now. Or we're going 360 this one, 50 now? And we'll wait, okay.
Yeah, right, and before we finish the budget, we'll throw that up 25.
Yeah. And sometimes I introduce thoughts, just sort of how you're absorbing the information and next level, next level, next level. And so, I mean, your thoughts were the same as mine, you know.
We're walking this, holding our hand, walking this.
Yeah. Now, here's another question. When would you want the change in whatever you decide on the fine and fee ordinance to be effective?
Is there an option other than December 1st?
You could do January 1st. The court tracks its cases on a calendar year, not fiscal.
Other than December 1, I'd say January 1.
Yeah, what's the easiest one to accomplish?
Probably say with January 1.
I'd say Judge Green would probably prefer that change.
January 1st?
And I don't think adjust it to, you might want to ask them, but I mean, based off of what I think a lot of stuff is, I think a lot of changes in the court systems.
January 1st.
You're losing out on 2 months, but well, you're losing out on 1. If you raise it up to 40%, that's going to at least catch some.
Well, I think what we do is we raise it. She was talking 25%, 50% of what's collected now. Would the numbers work on that, Kim? Because we have different dollar amounts for collecting. 50% of the total amount. Or
Yeah, whatever you add, you know, you'd have to subtract. And I have a question that may be most appropriate for the circuit clerk's office, but you know, in the middle of those fee schedules, there are 2 lines that are to be remitted to the state treasurer.
Mhm.
I'd be curious if you have some input there.
That was a question that I proposed to Rhett. He never responded to it.
Okay.
Whether those are set by the state.
you know,
I don't know.
I'm looking at this right now. Isn't the whole purpose of the state, of the Supreme Court sending a person down here is for the access to justice? Isn't that what that is?
That's part of it.
I doubt that line will come out. And then the Supreme Court Special Purpose Fund. I doubt they'll want either one of those cut.
And then
I
like I
think those may be set in stone.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know that we could do that. If that was what you're asking, Kim, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's at least worth a question.
Yeah,
He might give you an invite to the Supreme Court.
yeah, they'll send you up there with silver handcuffs on.
Well, we don't want that. It's just a question.
What were you thinking?
It's just a question. Rather than taking the full brunt of it on your own, you know? Okay, so I think at least you've obtained a little bit more working knowledge of the fine and fee ordinance and the case volume and the dollar amount differences between pre-19 and post-19. And would have some outstanding questions. And Jim, maybe you can follow up with Rhett on whether or not the state portions can be adjusted at all or not. From this point, you know, we've got a few conversations going, some things tacked in. You did want to reduce law library. You do want to increase court security. Where that comes from, does it make sense to kind of go back to the individual office holder budgets and start to work from there now?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Do you have a department in mind you'd like to start with?
Which one would you guys want to start with?
Well, we got two of them.
Well, you've got the sheriff, which is pretty large. And then you've got the circuit clerk.
Let's just start with circuit clerk,
Okay.
make this decision.
We're already talking about minimum wage.
Yeah.
We've got about 6 minutes and we're gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna have to take a break.
Okay.
Well, that's our saying.
She's just. Right, sorry, right.
Line one.
That's like-
Well, we're already started on this. It's just,
Every minute counts.
Well, that's 2.5 hours, which is 360, so.
While you guys were talking, I emailed you a copy of a statute that talks about automation, dock storage. There are all kinds of funds listed in that one. It's called automation, but it's got some other fund purpose information in there too.
it's easier to do his budget when he uses our forms. Last year he used his own form.
Yeah.
It was all here, there, helter skelter. Okay.
I'm going to email this to you. It might be helpful just as far as counting and everything, but we worked on who is included in the general fund, who is from an automation fund. So I had this worksheet from 2021.
Is that the automation PDF?
Well, this is a listing of where the employees were paid from.
Oh, okay, okay, I'm sorry, Kim. Doing something else. Okay.
This child support, dock storage. She
probably has Kim puts together. There's a spreadsheet that has the name of the person and then the line that they paid out. That's what's been presented to you, brings all those people back on to the general fund. Because a lot of these are not paid current general.
Make sure I got the right year here. We've had to do this a couple of years in a row for moving people around a little bit. And it helps the circuit clerk as well keep track of.
That's what he's wanting. That's what he's proposing.
take it back to the general.
No.
Get your question out like that.
Yeah. All of them. I'm pretty sure like Caitlin Gardner.
Yeah, but I'm saying right now, he's got 5 people on special funds.
No, he has a lot more. There's like.
That's all we got here.
Right. That's the proposal for this year.
Yeah.
That's not who is currently on. special fund. That's what she's trying to,
Right.
because there are several of these that are listed on this first page that are currently paid from special fund staff.
One second. It gets a little confusing for me sometimes to keep track of all of the comings and goings. So at least this is a snapshot at a particular point in time of who was included where in the budget. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm trying to get you isolated here. And Jim, I know you mentioned you have to go take care of something. So if you want,
You just go ahead and take a break
Let's do lunch.
Yeah.
and then come back.
yeah, and then I'll have this isolated. I was just thinking it might help to know where you started with the fiscal year on body count and wages, and then see how that translates into your next year.
Yeah, because this worksheet that I've got here is basically useless.
Okay.
So
Not to put too fine a
You
point.
want to come back at 1:30?
Let's make it 1:30.
All right, back at 1:30.
Okay, and I'll get this emailed out to you in the meantime, and then we'll see if this is helpful to you or not.
Motion to recess and reconvene
At 1:30.
at 1:30. You good?
Jim Marlowe.
Yeah.
Art Gentry. Tim Atkinson.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
Some people would say we did mighty good work there. I'm not sure I'm one of them.
3 steps forward, 8 steps back.
So,
Got a lot of different angles and things to take. Hello.
Hello?
Uh,
Hello?
Looks foggy back there.
Yeah, weather's changing in the alley, yeah. My landscaping.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait
We
a
need to
minute.
open this meeting up.
okay, go ahead.
Hold your horses.
Gotcha.
Wait, no staff. Hey.
Yes. On.
Not my fault, it's the faulty equipment you guys buy me.
We upgrade.
Okay, we're reconvening. It's Monday, 26th September, 1:30 PM. Roll call, please.
Jim Marlowe,
Present.
Rick Gentry, Tim Atkinson.
President,
All right, Kim.
Okay. So when we left, I was emailing you the sheet of the list of names that I was trying to keep track of from last year's budget to show how to tie to the line items built into the budget. Usually what happens is there are a lot of changes in names and things going on to where the names may not match, but it will show you at least how many positions were in the general fund, document storage, automation, child support. That's sort of why I keep track to make sure there's some reconciliation to that number put in the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how the 2022 spreadsheet landed. We can compare that to the list of names you have and see, names wise, numbers wise, how many, does the number of names match? And then how do you want to build the 2023 schedules? I did put a call into Justin. I left him a message to see if he would give me a call.
Uh-huh.
As we talked, the conversation hadn't happened yet of if you're looking to move the salaries over, is there a logical connection to moving the fees over and then put you guys together on how to do that? I was just, I guess, wanting to see if his thought was the same. One goes with the other. It makes sense to me, but that may not really matter what makes sense to me. So
what you're saying is if we put them back on the general fund, then the fees go with them. The
Well,
fees.
yeah,
So we leave them on their fund. We take a look at their fees. We can adjust if we need to. But we can't let their fund run dry, obviously.
right.
It does have a purpose.
Right. The action that caused the movement of people going to the automation funds was the doubling of the fees in those funds from 2019. So I'm just looking to make sure the events make sense to everybody. So if he calls, I'll let you know. I just left him a voicemail.
All right.
Is this,
I
is this
don't think
current
this
list?
is,
No, that's
No.
last year.
This
this was last year.
She's just showing you the positions.
Right,
where they were.
okay.
Okay.
So this is the sheet you need to build for this year from the list of names you received.
Okay,
I just keep notes as you all are making decisions.
look at the list that we received.
If I don't keep these notes, it's hard to make sense of
No, I
payroll
get it.
changes as names have changed over the year.
I have slept since then, but I don't remember anybody starting or working over $12 an hour.
I don't think.
And now you look at the one that we got in our file, There's a big difference.
Okay.
Look at the ones in 2021, 22 that said $12, $12, $12, $12, $12, $12.25. And now they're all 30,000. 25,000? What's the deal here? That's not $12 an hour. I mean, unless that's something he picks up out of. You know what I mean? I mean, it's probably a good reason for it, but look at the page we got today, all the 12, and then look at the page we got.
Well,
There's not anything less than $23,000, up to $30,000, $40,000.
okay, can we just go by these names first off, make sure that they're still here?
Sure.
Verify the names.
On the new one?
Yeah, on this one. Okay, starting off with what he gave us. Okay, Jessica, both,
Steven.
Jessica B.
Where you at, Jim? Sorry. You first do this on this.
I mean, she on this other look? Yeah,
She's
right
on
there.
the.
Yeah, she's down.
Well, he's got a $30,000 raise and employees for next year.
And Laura Shears.
Oh, hold on here. Hold on.
Like she was 12. Then it jumped. Just better get it under control. I'll tell you what.
Okay,
Hold on, let's. There's the 21 approved budget, and then there's a 22
Look at the
that
difference.
they had a raise.
Just study the difference.
Then we'll look at this first one.
Okay, 21, 22, I'm just looking at, I'm looking at $12 on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. $12. Show me $12 on the new one. So it's, my question is, no, at 9, 10, 11, is there more? K dollar on me, $12 an hour.
okay. So basically, if we're gonna keep him on the dock, storage and all these other, his funds, then we just need to look at his funds and just go by that.
Tear that part.
So the question is, do we want to put them on back in the general fund? Basically, that's what we need to
Okay,
answer.
well, okay, agree, but I still want someone to answer my question about what are all these $12 and how did they get so high in a year's time?
I'm going to open what was submitted for the 2022 budget request for that office and see
Because
what was requested.
I'm just looking at Kate Lawler because she started, I said $12, she made it 26,000, that's not quite $12. I don't see Zanardi on here. It's not hired over for that fall through.
She over there, do you know?
He said the other day that she was still here.
How much you know? She's gonna be paid.
I don't know that she's on that, 'cause I think when that was submitted, I don't know that she was hired yet.
Oh,
I'm not sure. It had been fairly close. Okay, so what is she?
you talking about going to close to your best. Well,
So what category does she go under? Right now, or what is submitted?
Water reports on here?
Maybe Julie.
Which asked you?
I don't know how he's getting his money. I don't know where he's getting it from. Some of these are $3 an hour.
I find the hiring really interesting.
I do know that he said, in his defense, that he's having a hard time retaining people.
Mhm.
That people leave for 50 cents an hour more.
There's also a lot of people out there besides some that are very big, that also qualify. There's a chance that,
I know we have a union contract.
And did he put those new employees on the website? Because that's our policy.
you need to fill up, no, there's,
To let
Offering?
people know that there's an
Oh.
opening. Yes, that's our policy.
wouldn't matter if the mines are made up. Get 100 of them.
But did he just,
She said it's some kind of special programs coordinator, it's just supposed to be a temporary position.
But the real temporary, not on the sheet. Must last a day.
I think it was only supposed to last like 6 weeks or
I
something.
mean, my point is, it's still a salary, right?
There's still, she's getting paid, it's not
A freebie.
free.
I just find it,
Special projects coordinator.
I just find it amazing.
Well, I just emailed you the 2022, there was an original and amended budget request for the circuit clerk's office.
You guys have to amend it because you gave it to that day.
This is it.
Yeah.
It's not a minute. A lot of people on there. I tell you what. Here's what I feel,
What is it?
Their job duties.
Your job duties?
No, the naughty lady.
Oh,
okay, well, probably I'm saying she's name on here, be paid. I think we fold this up, but they want to get it right,
Did you know if
explain
he-
to come back.
posted those jobs?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
So-
so I know.
the question I have, Kim, can you make heads or tails of these numbers in his budget request? Are those according to our union contract and the raises they were supposed to get? Or are those numbers after he's added whatever bonus money he's given?
What the answer is? About that? Both.
Well, I will say this, and this may be helpful. For the 2022 numbers, the wage amounts were frozen because you were pending a collective bargaining agreement.
Right.
Okay. So that's why you're not really seeing a lot of movement in the rate per hour. I'm going to look at the latest union contract. Do you recall if you bumped up your minimum starting?
70 cents.
Well, we did do some wage adjustments. Because at 70 cents,
Go there, sure.
I don't know if we did that here.
I
I'm
think
going to check.
the accurate. One of these things, until then, I don't know. People aren't on here.
Yeah.
And last year, we went through the same fiasco, that same department. They came in some
Well, the thing is,
handwritten deal that,
I'm looking at the wages year over year. And, he's got estimated actual, he's got the request, there's 3,000, nobody's getting a $3,000 raise year over year,
you want to get it right, you get it right. Big bumps in there.
You will see the effect of 2 years worth of union raises because of not having the contract settled. So I could see that.
So the estimated actual, would that not include the union raises? Because the estimated actual is significantly higher than the budget for 21-22.
The estimated and actual will include,
It should include the union raises that we get.
it will, but those were not in the budgeted because you weren't finished with the contract yet.
Right.
And how do
And
we,
then from estimated actual, which is what should have been their actual pay according to the union contract we had, the budget request for this year is almost $3,000 more down the line.
I see
yeah,
that, yeah.
And how do
You see
we,
what I'm saying?
how do we pay somebody if they're not even on the list?
How do we pay somebody more than what our union contract calls for us to pay?
Here's what's happening over there. Next time they come up, you just remember, those dollar raise, and you cut down about 30 cents, and you can add all the dollars you want, because that's a backdoor deal,
Yeah. Shouldn't be happening.
and that is not their, not Ashley's money, it's not Alex's money, it's not his money, it's not Amanda's, it's the county.
What if every office did that?
Well, they should. Well, they should. So why have the negotiations if they're gonna be in their own time?
Exactly.
For years, it's a bunch of garbage. And let the public know how they do it and see what they got to say. Well, the assessments keep going up and the police stunts. Well, you know,
I was looking through the salary schedule and pay period. I see 70 cents an hour on the increase. I don't necessarily see anything about a starting pay.
that wasn't an adjustment over there. It's over in the sheriff's department, right? I'm sorry, highway department.
We did highway, had an adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I thought
Just on the lower end.
I thought we did one in circuit clerk too. Because they're not, with 70 cents an hour, they were not going to get, or they were going to be right at minimum wage in 2025.
Okay.
Remember that? That was what,
Not all of them, or just a couple of them.
that was the base. So any new plus,
I mean, you could go to Casey's for $39 an hour.
Okay. So January 1 of 22, minimum wage in Illinois was $12. And since you were pending contracts, I didn't know if you all decided on 12.50 or 13, but that's the reason it's looking the same $12 level is because you were mid contracts when that list was made. So what is your new starting over there?
Looks like they can do what they want.
Okay.
Go grab it, see what it says.
Doesn't matter if you give them $15 an hour, they're gonna make you $16 or $17 an hour, do whatever they want, it's free for all, so.
Well, 70 cents an hour would be $12.74 a year. So let me see if I start.
we had 1310 budgeted as the lowest it looked like.
Okay. All right.
Now, I don't know if that's what our contract calls for.
She's.
Yeah, I don't see a starting dollar per hour in the contract, but you're thinking 13 or 13.10 or something like that would be the starter?
Found one for 12.55. So with the 55-cent raise, that would have got her up to 1310.
Well, their contract's 70.
And it went up 70.
Well,
So if I use the lowest number, like for new people, like for example, on this list, a new name is a Taylor Morris or a Debbie Byrne. Okay. If I take 26,208 divided by 1820, I get 1440. So 1440 an hour.
they don't ever get called out. You can call out general public doing stuff like this. It's never going to stop. one of the union reps for another group asked me about this the other day. I just kind of mummed about it.
I want to show you an example. There are a couple of names that match.
So I can just on one of these, just did the math.
Sure.
The request adds in the 70 from last year, 70 for 22-23, and then $1 for 18-20 hours.
So that's over 3,000.
So, yeah, right, so the requested amount on that employee, at least on the one randomly I picked, was 18-20 for $1 an hour.
$3,000.
Okay.
So it's $1,000 a year, basically.
Got it right here. The starting wage for new employees in the circuit clerk's office will be minimum wage. Employees shall be paid alternate Fridays. Okay.
Is that in the contract? Is that in the contract?
Yep.
What page?
Page 6.
You compound 70 from 2 years ago and 70, and add the $1 freebie,
There you go.
which compounds too.
He said he was.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it now.
What is damn money doing?
Yeah. Full position.
So his request is pushing in that dollar bonus or whatever he's been paying for the last year to the general fund.
But what, so why would that be a request if he's paying out of there?
Right.
I'm not requesting, I'm not. It doesn't matter if you put it in the general fund or where you put it, he can still go ahead and what he wants in there. Why the hell take it over? He wants to take it over. If they free him up more money,
So
so
what-
why do you want
Well, we'd have to reduce his fees and
it? Well, we control
which
the
we would
budget.
have to
We
do.
control the budget.
Right.
Just remember that.
So we would just have to reduce those
And
fees.
you're gonna see more of this over the next year or two. You're gonna see more of these shenanigans that's gonna happen, so. Gotta stop it.
So
Every one of these employees or numbers need to be reworked according to,
I say there's get back to them and tell them
Let's send
what's
it back
right,
to
come
them.
back see us.
let's send it back to him and tell him to take his bonus off or whatever he's doing, pay the extra above and beyond union contract.
because he's put into the pay.
He's well, I've just checked one randomly, but it worked out perfectly to 1,820 hours at $1 an hour.
And the rest of them will too. And you got one employee not enlisted. So he wants to get it together,
So how's he going to take it out of the pay? How's he
Well,
going to take it out?
his employees are, every one of them have to live by that contract, they have to be paid on that contract.
Right.
Not by bonus.
That's-
It's open up a
that
can of
would
worms
be-
within that same bargaining unit.
So then
Yes.
then we would need to get Rhett involved with this.
Well, I don't need to see more of it. If he wants to get it
Well,
right,
Brett needs to,
he needs to add employees on there, get the right employees on there.
he needs to inform
Yeah.
that the employees are being paid beyond what the union contract calls for.
Okay.
Hard work.
And that would be out of the general fund then?
Well, that's out of his funds right now, I believe.
Do we really want to take it back?
I don't know.
We're already adapted out the ass. Do we want to take on more of that shit? I know what you say, we'll make it.
I said originally just put all of them back on his funds,
On his own?
on his own.
I agree. You're gonna see these deals, man. People really saw what goes on. You know,
Well, I think the other question too is the $12 an hour is the current minimum wage. And I understand that's not a lot, but that is what it is. The contract says that amount. If you look at the folks who have zero budgeted in 22, and you see the amounts over there for 23, that's an indicator of a new person, a new staff member. The 26,208 is $14.40 an hour. I guess my question is, should that be 12?
one that,
Well, it'd have to be 13 on January 1st,
well,
right? That's when it goes up to 13,
in
right?
2023,
Okay, let me
Right.
double check that.
or did, Because of $1.
Yeah, it goes up $1 every year until it reaches
And I'm not,
15.
I'm not, I'm not to say over.
Now, that's our
I think
scale.
it's too high.
Yeah,
That's a-
Tim, it's 13 effective January 1 of 2023.
So that's our effective pay rate.
So the next year you're gonna get another $1 wrong.
Well, plus they're getting 70 cents.
Well.
Remember, now,
Do we need to bring him
This still
in?
happens again.
it's gotta be, so their wage rates have gotta go up according to that minimum wage.
Do we need to bring him in and ask him that question?
I say time to do it, redo it. We got 6-week employees unlisted. Who's paying her? This isn't a budget.
I think I'm with Brent on this. Let's make him redo his budget request.
I mean, hell, you're adding in $1 here, you got people not listed. I mean, it's a free for all this. Honestly, I'm done with
Okay.
that department. So,
We had this issue last year too.
I remember it came in a little chicken scratching on a piece of paper, we didn't know heads and tails.
And we had employees coming in, signing up, where we had a list of employees,
Yeah,
and people were signing up.
yeah, remember in Ashland,
They weren't even on
it was even on the payroll at
So-
the time.
We have no idea how many employees he had, you know? I'll say this about Justin. I think Justin does a good job overall, but when it comes to the budgeting and the payroll and stuff, it needs a lot of work.
No, this is sketchy.
I think he does a good job overall, but when it comes to this and hiring practice, I think
I mean-
it's pretty terrible.
If nothing else, you know, I mean, it's like I said, doesn't really make any sense right now. You can go over his other requested line items.
I think it's on sheriff, we're next,
So,
get that.
Well, and I think I recall him saying during his meeting that he would need to revise his budget because of that dollar issue. I thought he said he would have to revise this information for you anyway, right?
All right,
Is he
let's go back.
is he gonna take it out? Or- Yeah, okay, let him go. Perfect.
All right.
And I think Brent mentioned a name that had a big jump from last year to this year, and it looks like the transition there was a part-timer last year that got converted to a full-timer this year.
The new hire, 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago, it's not even listed on here to be paid.
yeah.
I mean, nothing against the employee, good person, but this is.
23.
It's
So I was
nothing-
just going to do a quick count here of the full-time positions requested compared to the last year amount. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. It looks comparable, but the names have changed so much. It's really hard to tell who's doing what.
Like Jim said last year, we had names flying off here faster than we could even look at them. They were
Yeah.
flying off and signing up and out the door.
What are we going to?
Okay. Well, we'll put,
We're talking about trying to figure out what that is.
okay, we'll put that on hold. Mm. You do have the sheriff's office to look at. But I was going to see if there was maybe a different smaller one.
Well, it's small, we can do it in the corner. I think it'll be,
That's be quick.
it'll be fast.
Did you say the coroner, Tim?
I just said if you wanted to do a small one, you can do his.
That's fine.
I had his already taken care of from our last discussion.
Yeah. Let's stay with the sheriff.
Okay, very good. Ashley sent me an email after our meeting that he determined I had the right number for the sheriff's salary. We had kind of a small difference in what we were looking at. So I'll give you that number again. It's 80%.
152,891.
I think that's what he had calculated, but I had a different number and he emailed me after the meeting that my number was correct.
What's your number, Kim?
I'm going to double check it here.
Hey,
188,754 times 80%, 151,003. 151,003.
sorry, I thought it was going to be, I thought it was going to be like 143. 151,000
151.
from 91,000, 91.5.
Yeah, that's a nice little increase in pay.
Well, we'll have to do the extra $3 as well.
Yeah.
Okay. It's got to be mathematically correct or you won't get the reimbursement.
Separate levy.
So.
All right, we just going to go down the line.
Whatever method makes sense to you. I'm open to whatever you want to do.
Start at the top and work our way down.
Yeah. Okay, we've got sheriff's salary. Supervisor of safeties. There's so many of these different categories, they don't match a lot of times with what the actual description is. What is the supervisor of safeties?
That is a statutory stipend that goes to the sheriff, who is the supervisor of safety.
Okay, and it's already set statutorily?
Yes.
There's no change in that. Okay. We're correct on deputy salaries?
That one, if you look at the detail that went with that, this is what I asked Joy about. There appeared to be at least one retiree on that list. So if you look at that detail list,
Looking for it.
That would be general fund employee list.
yes, general fund / sheriff employee contact list. I thought that John Fleming had retired. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Haven't seen him.
I thought you're right. I thought he did retire.
And so it wouldn't, you'd have maybe some savings there if he were replaced. So what I'd ask Joy is to take a look at this list and make sure that this is a list of active names. So the 1,607,000 number may be a little high. And then look at the other names and see if any of those are recent retirees. I didn't really see any other names.
Some of these I don't.
Well, with the wages in the 49 and 50 range, that's indicative of a new person as well,
That 1,000,006, that includes 3 open positions and maybe a retired person. Should we see that?
Okay, what'd you say, Tim?
1,000,006, that includes 2 deputies they want to add back, plus an open deputy, an open spot, and then the retired spot.
Who was the open spot?
No, it changed every day.
That's
I
correct.
don't know.
Okay, right now we'll use the 1607. That's what I say. That's you guys.
Okay.
We can do that.
Waiting on Joy anyway to get back from your request.
Yeah.
So that gives them, how many does that give them? 29 total deputies? Is that what your number is? 29?
Yeah, if you include the open and the 2 add backs, I get 29. I'm going to email Joy to see if she's had a chance to look at that list yet.
Well, if Fleming has retired, then that's going to change him from being, where he's at, back down to 49.
Right.
It's almost a 20,000 more savings.
Yeah.
Almost, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I just sent Joy an email. But we can, if you want to use the 1607 and come back to it, we can, or if you want to.
Yes.
Leave that number.
Okay. The regular overtime looks to be within
Looks like-
range.
Yeah, they're right on target to use all
Yeah.
7,000.
On the radio operators, I was gonna look at that list. Did anybody see any names there? Which it starts with, that's the one that has split FOP and laborers groups.
Okay, FOP and like.
Yeah.
What was your question?
Do we have any retirees here on this page that we also need to ask Joy about?
You know, I don't know, but I've heard Robert House may be retiring, but don't hold me to it.
Yeah, I saw him, we saw him at,
I didn't know what the age was like, so.
Okay.
That may just, other than that, I don't know any of these other people really.
Remember, they had a lot of turnover last year.
Okay.
This is one of the ones we also did a
Okay.
wage correction on.
A what?
We did a wage correction on these.
The laborers got a new contract.
We would hire and train them, and then Marion was picking them off as soon as we got them. So we did a one-time wage correction.
But did we put that in their contract?
Yes, that was in their contract. So what we did, we upped their
We upped
starting pay.
Yep.
And they were like
It's like
14.
it's like this externally, quality people.
We upped them from like 14 up to 18 or something like that. And then they're on the 70% increase after
Right.
that.
Well, I can forward the same question to Joy on the dispatchers.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you would, well, why don't you, because we're gonna do COs here in a few minutes, why don't we just do
Yeah.
everything?
Enjoy good.
I tell you what, man, she's sharp as a tack. I hate to have to negotiate against her.
Yeah, she's nice.
All right, that's done. So I'm assuming Ashley's not joining us this afternoon?
No, he's trying to balance something. He just texted me, but he'll be up here.
Okay.
Something happened.
Okay. Well, I think he is getting ready to do a split. That's probably what he's working on.
He did something didn't balance. I said, well, join the crowd. Get back up here. So,
Okay.
well, have we hit the 3 million mark? Are we in a balance yet, or? I figure we're 2.5. Total request.
Have Joy make sure about the number of process servers too.
Okay. Well, there's typically only one guy for that.
That was a joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll
Yeah,
You
pick
can
that
pick
up.
it up. Or I saw it hit the plan.
If I was the assumed sheriff, sheriff, what? They're not in a poll cast. But per attorney, but I would be listening to Joy a lot.
Yeah.
She's got some great knowledge.
She knows what's going on over there.
She's really sharp. Sherry was really good years ago too. One in 20 wasn't that great, but Jolly Rancher, what was her name? Big Jolly.
So we just gonna leave all the salaries the same until we hear from them.
Yeah. We might as well.
Okay. At least that gives us a number to tie back to until you get a different document in.
We just want to make sure, especially like, there's so many in the jail.
Yeah.
With the deputies.
Yeah, I can have her verify the list of the correction salaries as well. Let's see. Okay. So for now, if you want to just leave those tied to her numbers, we can do that. I don't see any change in the incentive pay.
Secretary salaries went down.
Yeah.
Oh, let me check that. Let me check the secretary's salaries.
Almost $2 grand. 2,600.
Okay, I've got a different name. Let me check it against last year's list that was made of the budgeted. There's a Summer Burke
Yeah.
there. That seems like a new name.
You should be one of the maintenance employees.
Yeah, but I don't recall having that one on the sheriff's department. That one I thought went to the state's attorney's office. No?
No.
Maybe that was the Brooke Harville, not, I'm getting the Burke and the Brook mixed up. Okay.
Yeah.
So last year I had a Joy Snell, a Shanna Klutz, a Veronica Taylor, and a Jerica Wilkins. So the name that's gone is Veronica Taylor.
Stephen, how are you, Stephen?
I'm well. How are you?
Peachy, bud, peachy. Taking on all the great news you got for us.
And
You always bring good
did you say Ashley Marcotte or Marcotte?
That's on a different line item. That's a unionized position. So Veronica Taylor last year was budgeted $20.76 an hour. And so it looks like the change is in Summer Burke, who is at $16.70 an hour. That's where your wages are going down a little bit because everybody is budgeting. Let me see what they're budgeting.
Ron, Taylor, that's the way it's on to the position.
She won.
She bad?
She won.
Ronnie Taylor. She got
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
secretary.
Yeah, wow. That was,
What's that?
one of them was.
Yeah, it's a different one. Was it,
Lisa.
was it Ronnie?
Well, it looks like for Joy and Jerica, 85 cents an hour was budgeted. That's in that 132,951 number. And Shanna has $1.40, which would be 2 years of contract settlement.
There was, oh,
Yeah, this last one was 70. Right,
you won the city.
yeah, but that wasn't this time, this negotiation.
No.
So it should have been 70 in this negotiation. Because we didn't lose this time. So we need to ask her about that too.
They got the 85 over decision, and then it went 70.
All right, so this contract 70 cents.
So then 2 years ago, 85 per year. You enjoying this, Dave?
I don't know.
Excitement, honey.
We can set you up 8 hours a day.
Right here. Come to me, I'll get the paperwork.
No.
Let's,
Take a break. Do we need to take a break?
let's take Mr. Green here.
Okay.
This,
You got a real life.
He has a
Sorry.
job he's taking that too.
but hang on, because you need to listen to this too.
Okay.
Oh, all right. I've got, this was dropped off to me. This is the Franklin County Juvenile Detention Center thing. Steve, if you would, why don't you go ahead and explain what this is and everything?
Okay, so Williamson County does not have a facility that can house juveniles when they're arrested because of some alleged violation of the law. So Franklin County has a detention center that has been utilized for the county. I'm not sure how long, for a while anyway. Apparently, it's a line item in my budget. I pay for it. It's county money. It doesn't really matter to me. After I visited with you guys, I got this letter from Chief Judge Melissa Moore from Second Circuit. They're wanting to do a new contract. Highlights of the contract, at least on this, is an increase from what my budget proposal was to you on the information. That's one. Second change would be that they can terminate the contractual relationships for any reason. They put that in there because they got in a fight with Jackson County. They were transporting a child from Franklin County to Jackson County. The child decided to kick out a window. Jackson County was asked to pay for the window and refused. So then they said, well, we're not going to house your people. They're too dangerous. They now use St. Clair. I also dropped off an audit report that was done for that facility August of this year, and it found major deficiencies with their operations. They're understaffed for one. They have no dietary staff. They strip search every youth offender when you're not supposed to do that. You're only going to have to be able to do that on special occurrences. More problematic to me is these people have been spending almost 23 hours a day in their cell. They're not getting out. They don't, we don't even do that to, our county prisoners. They at least get to go into a common area. The government has initiated reforms for them to undertake, and maybe they will or not. I'm not sure what to do about it. I thought about going up and talking to them about it. I really don't want to send our people all the way to St. Clair. What that would do, I think they'd be housed better, but our transportation expense would increase dramatically.
I would just say this is a real bleeding deal for them from the county. Talk to one board from been there forever. They would love to, so Steve, just go south. St. Clair, the only place to go.
To the best of my knowledge, that's the closest next place. Yes, sir.
This thing, it's like
You'll have
sucking
a
in
detention center, maybe all.
it's
I
sucking
don't
in
think
the
they
rock.
house.
Okay, how far is it from?
Right, I agree. I mean, Owen's 36 miles,
Yeah,
I don't think they have a juvenile.
but they may not have juvenile down there. Yeah. I know Jackson County does.
No, and they're not
They're
sending them to
Murfreesboro.
Olin. They're sending them all the way over to St. Clair.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I know the other one I know of it would be down in Owen.
I don't think it's a juvenile
I don't
facility.
think so.
you know,
I don't know.
what is it, oh?
Owen, yeah.
There
Yeah.
is a detention center there, yes,
There
but
is
I thought
I-
that was like a, like a prison type situation.
Yeah, it's a county facility.
I know you can't intermingle adults and juveniles, and that,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have to. But I watched this whole jail come together, and I can tell you that there's a pod not even being used. It's its own separate deal. There's access to it.
in our county,
Yeah, that's where I'm supposed to be.
okay,
Well,
and I can look into that, but my understanding,
They can't be together, but
Right.
it would be separated.
but no, I think you also have to be sanctioned by the state. I don't think you can just, yeah. I mean, I can look into it.
There's 4 pods over there, and one of them not being used.
My thought, at least right now, this is after budget. I'm not worried about it. I mean, we'll take care of it later. I'm not in a hurry to sign that. I would like to look at other options and what we can do. I will reach out to Melissa and chat with her, but I want to see, like you, if I could house them here, we'd save all kinds of money.
You bring them in here, we could make money.
They have 8 people that have been operating that facility. Now, I don't know who all they, service, but I assume the entire Second Judicial Circuit. I assume the entire First Judicial Circuit. Now, those that are below Johnson County take part in a different kind of program that, basically another governmental entity looks over them. They don't detain them, they don't house them. We looked at that at one point in time. It was kind of expensive, more expensive than what we were spending. So
How many juveniles do you think you sent a year?
we normally have about 20 cases a year, not that much.
It's hypothetical, but if everybody make this pod over there, we bring in, it'd be also a revenue generator too, so.
So they'd be housed over here.
I don't know. I know
I
they can't
can check
mix.
into that.
I know they can't mix. But
Would
those
it
pods are
require
set to be squared off.
separate facilities for boys and girls?
I don't know. Well, I would think they would need to be segregated. I don't know separate facility.
Just segregated?
Yeah.
If it's a money generator, you have to have a couple of COs on there. All sense,
Well, since we're already operating this thing down here, I mean, it makes sense to.
if you could do it. I know they can't intermingle, but I don't know what it means.
Do you have a drop dead date on this?
No, she didn't give me one. I mean, none in the letter, but what I would propose doing, if you guys are okay with it, and I know it's supposed to have me sign it, but it's really, in my opinion, it's not me. I don't care that it comes out of my budget. I think
It's just a
yeah,
contract with the county.
right.
How much?
And I don't think she has the authority to enter the contract for them either. She's a judge, a circuit judge.
How much it increases?
$130 per diem was the new charge. I think prior to that was 112. It's like $15, $16.
It's a bleeding giant on it, that's what I'm saying. It's killing them there.
Well,
The request is for 35,000.
And you just kind of drag this along until you get a chance to talk to them. Because I don't think it's her that's right to be doing it. I think it's what we do.
Right, that is a state facility. I think they're the ones that need to enter the contract. But, what do I know?
I want to know what you do know. If anything is done over in the courtroom, whether it's Wi-Fi, and new microphone, whatever, is that paid for that? Is that us, or is it PBC, or is it courts, or?
If I've been paying for all of our courtroom improvements, electronic, the microphones, everything, I've paid for that.
What was it that we first applied?
The only thing that I have not paid for is the state has mandated new recording systems that when you Zoom, it takes, and they're storing all the video of Zoom. And they've been redoing each one of our courtrooms. I'm not paying for that. They are.
Don't hold it to me, but I think it was Terry that was talking about something we needed over there, and I may be wrong. I know you need 2 phones.
You need 2 phones. And
Well, you
and
gotta
2
remember that one
phones,
very well.
I need an office over there, its own dedicated line. I don't
You
want
mean the
to.
mock room? Well, mock room's not good enough.
Huh?
We've had offices in the mock room, but it's not good enough.
Well, okay, I believe when you plug in your phone there, it is on the county dime. I think the state.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
it may cost more to get it separated.
I mean, they're getting a free room as it is.
okay, so who does the office? Is that a PVC or is that something we do?
I've checked with PBC.
It's always been them.
For hard wiring or anything, they contract it out. But they'll take care of it, they'll just contract it
But you need to talk to Mike.
Okay, so are you asking me to talk to Mike to get my phones done?
And if you need office too, yes.
No, the space I've already taken care of, I got that done. Mike, I moved my bailiffs to a new place to give the state that office.
See, we had talked about, I don't know, I foresee it, but talked about maybe bidding out phones in general. I don't know if if we can do it this year or not. If we do, we can certainly have 2 more phones for that. It's not a big deal.
Right.
But I don't know that the funds allow it or not. So,
Okay, well, I'll talk to Mike, see what he
out.
says.
Talk to Mike.
In the meantime, I guess that's more informative about that contract than anything else. I mean, I got a problem, I'll just be honest, being detained in your room that long is the problem. I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah, they got some issues there, looking at that audit report. So,
you know, something else about the phones. Seems to me, I went through some of these, I went to find lines that we're not using. There may be a few phones left over somewhere. Check the mic first. If he says no, they talk about who paid for it. Come down here and tell us who paid
We
for it.
took the phones and plugged them in there, they just won't work.
Okay, then that's them. That's the wiring. Then.
So it's wiring.
I do believe we have a hand up.
She's got her hand up.
Yes, ma'am.
I have my hand up on Zoom, and I just have a question. Steve, I was going to give you a call a little later. They talked about law library and the law library fee we talked about, and I was going to tell you the end result of that conversation. But on this particular issue, my question surrounds, you have a report for the vendor you're currently using for juvenile detention, and it's got some issues noted.
Significant issues.
Okay. So at what risk is the county at liability wise? If,
High.
okay, so my question then goes to, is everyone better off budgeting to meet the appropriate standards than knowingly moving forward with something that puts you at high risk of a liability claim?
I think because what is the liability if we continue on?
Right, I
And we
think it's
get
high.
drug into something.
Right, which is why I said I want to look
Yeah.
into other options. I mean, as I sit here today, I know of no other option except sending them to St. Clair, and then our travel expense is going to be quite a bit.
And they're already asking for new vans or anything else now, just for.
So how do they do family visits? Would we have to bring them back from St. Clair for family visit?
Oh, you mean if we were
If we
using?
were to use them?
No, family visits are allowed at the detention facility,
Okay, so we don't have to bring them, just.
except not in Franklin.
They're not allowed in Franklin County?
They didn't. And that's one of the things
How can that happen?
it's illegal.
You really don't want to go down that road when you're going there.
How did that happen? I don't know. I wouldn't mind, I can let you have that report, you can look at it if you'd like, you can read it, I highlighted it, for the major areas, and you can just read it. It's,
I would like it to be ruled out that the pods we don't use over here cannot be used.
I will do that. Now, I'm going to tell you, I cannot practice law, you guys know that. So I'm going to use an attorney. I will pay for it out of my assessment, I'm not worried about it. It's all county money as far as I'm
You're
concerned.
the first person to come through here, it always says it's county money.
Yeah.
Everybody else, it's their money.
It's not.
All their
Excuse me, I'm
funds,
sorry.
their money.
I was listening, I didn't catch that. What are you gonna pay for your assessment
I'm gonna have to have an attorney involved.
in this issue here?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, I don't wanna get in trouble over it,
No, no.
They seem to be getting a lot more towards judges these days. I don't, they get in trouble.
Well, yeah, if there's liability for the county, I wouldn't know either.
I'm rather shocked unless it's one of the Senate, to be honest with you.
That it's high. And, what I would intend to do, I'm sure you guys don't care, is I was gonna call Red, I'll talk to Red and just utilize him. I mean, I think he understands and knows municipal law as well as I do.
That will be up to him. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, but he did
I'm
good.
thinking when a judge calls, he's not gonna say. But
Well, I
maybe,
think
You never know, buddy. He might. No.
with most things, I think it comes down to what'd you know, when'd you know it, what'd you do about it? And if there's something not correct, then what can you do to make sure the inmates, whether they're adults or juveniles, are being treated correctly? And, if there's a cost to do business, then maybe you get costs to do the different paths. And you just,
it seems like one of their main problem is they just don't have enough employees.
Mhm.
They are trying to operate a facility 24/7 with 8 people, no dietary. I've heard a rumor, whether it's true or not, I don't know, that the chief judge has been over there cooking meals for them. Now, I don't know that to be true, but they don't have a dietitian.
I know for a fact it's sinking the county. The whole deal is.
Anything else?
That's why they have
John?
no money to do
Is
it.
it- is that just because he just don't
So,
have the money?
I know you can't
Franklin
practice.
County just doesn't have the money?
Yeah.
I guess we need to take action very quickly on this, it sounds like.
I've tried to find whatever contract we as a county entered into. I haven't found
I
anything.
looked that day that you were here and I couldn't find anything either in mine.
So, I mean, the way I intend to act is I'm gonna wait some time. I'm gonna try to see what I can find out. I'll reach out to Melissa and tell her I've got some concerns. Want to talk to her, it's just by time. If we cannot do anything, it would be my recommendation in the long run that we just bite the bullet, send them over there until we can get something else figured out.
We have any idea what this cost might be?
No, I haven't, I got this.
I know. Who's shot in the dark on myself?
I have no idea. I will find out. Anything else, gentlemen?
Do we need rides for you now? I missed it when you came in.
I'm just letting you
I'll
know.
go get the bailiff. See if he can get us to stand up.
On a side note, just want you guys to know, since we're talking about attorneys, there will be a bill that you will see for Amanda Barnes related to outside counsel associated with the vote case that's going before the board. She'll be represented by Courtney Cox.
Good.
Just as a side note.
Yeah,
Did she ask to say that?
I suggested to her that she get outside attorney.
was
Well,
this,
no, I told her she had to contact the state's attorneys first and ask for representation, and they have to say, no, we're not going to do it. Clear conflict, I know, but that's what she did. She asked me about the appellate prosecutor. I said they can't do it, but apparently that got sent up anyway, and of course they said, no, we can't do that.
was it something that happened Friday night that prompted a 5:45 email? This deal.
Well, kind of, sort of. Friday afternoon is when I talked to Mr. Cox, and I was on the phone most of the weekend with different attorneys for different
That cost him a lot of overtime on an attorney that hasn't been in this morning. It's
I apologize.
crazy.
Not my fault, but I'll apologize. No.
Well,
Wait a minute.
we've been trying all week to try to get some,
When is the hearing?
figure out who's supposed to represent me.
Yeah, I'd like to know what all this is costing the county, this fiasco anyway. I'd like to know what the ballots been sent out.
We're gonna find out.
I ain't gonna find out,
You absolutely.
because it's absolutely a joke.
Have to.
So when is the hearing?
I'd say.
Wednesday.
Wednesday,
At 1.
Judge Lieberman will be hearing the case.
That be here?
Yes, it'll be in courtroom 8, I believe.
You're retiring out soon.
Yes, he's retiring effective October 31.
Probably sad he didn't retire earlier.
I just think that.
That's what he's thinking probably. I wish I was gone in
And
August.
thank you for your help with all that.
Yes, ma'am, I'll do what I couldn't give you advice either. I kind of told you what to. All right, thank you guys.
Steve, thanks for coming in, I appreciate it. Good to see you again.
And I'll pick that up and I'll leave the audit, so you can, there you go.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you.
See you, big boy.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah.
Thanks for looking.
Yeah, no problem.
Bye, Ken.
Bye, Steve. I'll call you in a little bit, maybe tomorrow, if that's okay.
All right, let's get back on this real quick. I know we have to, Kim has to leave right before 3 o'clock. Am I correct?
Yeah, I have a hard stop at 3 o'clock.
All right, so as far as the salaries go, let's wait until we hear back from Joy to verify. Is that correct?
Yes.
Good for me.
Okay. Deputy Smith related.
Oh, we got
Evidently,
them all
that's been
up there.
zeroed out. No change in incentive pay, that's contractual.
Tim, what do you down there?
Yeah, you want one? Here.
Where's Munson?
Holiday pays, contract.
The rank pay, I'm assuming there are more ranks added to the contract.
Yes, I believe there were. We added,
Yeah.
What was it? Was it lieutenant or captain? One of the
We added one of those captain. I think that-
Let's see.
Lieutenant, captain.
Yes.
Okay.
Holiday contract, deputies holiday contract, all the corrections holidays. Contract, if deputies 20-year, I'm sure that's in the contract.
That was contractual.
Yeah,
Okay.
but But with losing one, even if
Okay.
you added one, wouldn't the amount stay the same at 6,000?
Okay, we'll have her check on that too.
Got it.
Get a list of things for her to check.
Yep. I'm gonna add that.
Rank pay. Corrections rank pay. Did we add? Is that just for those who are there, or did we add a position? A rank?
Well,
I don't think we added a
you
rank.
had the captain, so that would be right.
We did that with the deputies. Does that mean we have to do it for the corrections? Two different contracts.
Well, it's whatever the ranks are listed in the contract.
Yeah.
Did you increase the ranks in the contract?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a bump in ranks.
Okay. So that would have increased the amount if you increased
Right.
the amount for the rank.
Okay. Incentive pay, dispatch pay, pay. Overtime, stay the same. Clerk salary,
Hmm.
clerk salary.
That went up 1,547.
Yeah, what, pay?
I'm gonna look at that's that new name, Jim, that you mentioned. And Ashley Marcotte. Let me see.
That's 85 cents an hour.
Okay,
So I should have gone up 70.
70. Okay.
Right? Should have gone up 70, I think.
24.
She's got a list says increase due to December 2021 through November 2023 ASME contract.
That's where I was headed next, was to look at the AFSCME contract.
We didn't sell for 85.
Page 39. Well, that just refers to Appendix A, B, and C. Appendix A. Well, that's confusing. Okay, in Appendix A of the contract, it says the clerk's hourly rate, let's see, new hires will be $15.84 plus 70 cents, 17.24. Okay. So I guess you had a change in that position. A new person came in. And so if you start at 15.84, which is in the contract, and then it says you add 70 cents for 12.21 and then 70 cents for 12.22. I get to 17.24, which is what they have Ashley Marcotte at on this sheet. So I think that is reflective of a couple years of outstanding contract settlements as well. Something.
Okay.
But that agrees, the 17.24 on her sheet agrees with this contract.
So that's for 2 years?
Well, yes and no, because there was a person leave. And so now you have a new person starting. So they actually had, if somebody starts mid-contract, you start at the 15.84 and add 70 cents and 70 cents.
It's a little confusing, but I get it.
Well, would it help you to look at the contract?
No, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's,
It is.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
I need to get my
Well-
brain.
It helped me to look at the contract to see that they had spelled out if somebody leaves, then the clerk starts at this salary and then you add 70 cents and 70 cents for each of the years. So it helped me understand it. So
all right, where do we leave off? Clerk salary. So we're good on that.
yes,
77.
Yeah.
Corrections overtime. Say same. Holidays bumped up 5,000. Admin building security's gone down a little bit.
mm-hmm. Take a look.
The explanation is court security John Hafford averages 36 to 45 hours every 2 weeks. Court security John Mahan works under 1,000 hours a year. So one guy's working more than 1,000 hours?
That's what it sounds like. And they're at different rates of pay.
But can he do that?
Well, it depends on what kind of pension you came from.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I don't know. No,
I get what they're trying to do here. It's a balancing act. Because if John works 45 hours every 2 weeks, I know it says 36 to 45.
Yeah.
That's 1170 a year.
I think he's still doing less than 1,000.
I guess the question just is, can he work more than 1,000?
If he's not in IMRF, no. Because of IMRF, no. Yeah, it would have to be less than 1,000.
I don't think it, I don't
So
think.
36 hours would be 936 hours. If he does 36 hours in 2 weeks,
He came, I think he's ex-state police.
but you still can't.
He wouldn't
Because
miss it.
IMRF says if anybody hits that 1,000-hour standard, you have to put them on IMRF. I just
So
sent
then-
Julie a message just to make sure he's not in IMRF, but
Okay.
What are they under up there? Slip, not slip. Okay.
I think they're-
well, you would be under either one, I don't think.
Yeah.
You're not an IMRF.
Be part-time.
They probably watch the hours and then, you know, when he hits that 1,000
Yeah.
hour.
You have a question about that?
Well, my question was, can he work over 1,000 hours?
And I'm checking with Julie just to
Yeah.
make sure that he's not signed in IMRF.
Right, okay. All right, so we got someone working. Okay, moving on. We're gonna move on.
Okay.
Civil process server?
Then change. Take the overtimes, same. Dispatcher clothing is probably contractual. You know, we say it's probably contractual, but it still probably wouldn't hurt just to double check. You know?
Yeah.
Did they request this year about the nurse situation anymore, or they just dropped that?
Yeah, they raised that.
But they raised it, they didn't want
They don't want to
to
do
do
the
like they did last year. Okay, yeah,
I still think that'd be a bad idea.
terrible idea, yeah.
And
I don't see the dispatcher's CBA online, so I can't check that for you. Did you finish a CBA for dispatch?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, weren't the dispatchers, that was a new union this year. The genesis of that was last year, wasn't it?
They started that with the civilians and dispatch.
I'm telling you, I think 2022 was their first year under union contract.
Remember, we brought the civilians up to,
We brought them up, right?
they did the same work.
Yeah, and they had representation.
They were thrilled. I know that.
Yeah, they were happy. I don't,
First time I see my happy.
I don't know that we've had anybody turn over there.
No.
So, we may have gone a whole year with everybody still.
Y'all know, they were happy. That's the first time I ever.
Kim, what was your question, whether or not we had it online?
Well, I don't see a copy of the CBA online to verify if you have a clothing allowance requirement in the contract. Jim had asked, should we check if this is required? And I can't do that because I don't have the contract.
I just thought it's good just to not take it for face value.
Yeah.
Okay. 50468, courtroom security staff. What's that C and?
That is an old description that used to represent Mickey Kreitz and Jim Hines, who have both long departed. So that was just really to designate, the two officers you were covering. It would be Kreitz and Hines. Okay, but they're both gone now.
So is that what the C was for, Kreitz?
Kreitz, and the letter you can't see is H. Okay. Now,
Go ahead.
I'm going to look, but that position changed to John Fleming.
Yeah.
Who is listed somewhere else in the budget.
John's under, court.
Wasn't he?
If he's still here.
But then wasn't he when we were
Yeah,
talking
fine.
earlier about being retired?
Yeah.
I
I don't remember seeing any retirement party notice.
saw him recently. He took it.
Okay,
Whatever.
maybe my mind is off.
What they call that?
I think it just needs to be called courtroom security.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just a matter of Ashley updating a description is all. It's fine.
Now, there's plants.
But in looking at that detail sheet, okay.
What it says is previously held by Fleming.
Doug Brinkley, court security.
John Hanford is an IMRF employee, so he is at full,
He is.
I guess so.
Is
So then that poses a problem,
Why?
doesn't it? If he's working over 1,000 hours.
No, if he's on IMRF,
He's
it's
on
okay.
IMRF.
If you work over 1,000 hours, you have to come
Okay, all
on.
right.
So I don't know at what time, how they hired him is,
no, he's good.
but.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
I'm just curious.
The detail there on 50468 list 56,906 is the expense. It doesn't tie exactly. Okay, I've got an email from Joy on the dispatchers that I'll forward.
What union is that contract that you were looking for?
It's a new one. The new one for the dispatchers, did they organize under laborers? Is that right?
Okay, I'm checking to see.
Since it's new, I'm not for sure.
Laborers.
It was labels.
The others were FOP. It's two.
And we had a secretary over there that was absent.
Shelby, Brock, Cassandra, Adler, individual, Jennifer Snowers, Micah Slater were neighbors.
Kim, you said, what did you say you had for 5468 courtroom security?
There was a listed name in the detail of Matthew McVeigh of 56906.
Okay, I've got 55830.
Yeah.
That's what that I was confused about that.
That's
I'll also forward you this from Joy. I guess John is not retired. And I don't have time to read the paper or anything, but I guess she's saying that Becky Grimes published an article about his retirement, but that never happened. So that must have been an uncomfortable moment.
I don't know that that's a paper so much as it is Facebook.
Okay, well, I don't do any of that either. So
Back to the 56 number on 5468, you said you had 56 what? Do we need to change ours?
well, 56906 is the salary listed on that detail sheet for Matthew McVeigh. So
Okay, so would he be in the deputies list?
no, well, he's on the employee contact list down under the court security. If you go down, you'll see 50468, Matthew McVeigh, 56906. Okay.
And they, on their line item, they've got 55830.
Uh-huh. Would you like for me to email Joy? We're actively emailing now.
yes.
Okay.
In the 30 seconds you have left.
Okay, I see yours. Okay, 56906. So I think they've got the wrong number on this then.
And then the last three are good.
Then that takes us to a break right there.
Okay.
Jim, you change it 55830 to 5606.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to leave mine until we get back a word from Joy,
Okay.
for sure. Okay. I know Kim's got to go, so.
Kim has got to go.
Let me get the amount they listed for 50468, which was 55830, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Joy which amount is correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I sent that off to her. We can hang out here just for a minute to see if she'll quickly email me back, but she may have to.
Oh, she's got 15 seconds.
9876.
All right.
Okay, so we can get started on materials then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and give me just one second. There were some increases in stipends requested that you may want to take a look at.
Okay.
They're on 50452. And then I had a note of a second computer officer stipend requested to take the total from 2 to 4. And then there was like an incident stipend requested. A chief admin assistant stipend of 2,500 to manage tasks for the admin staff on top of daily work tasks that include timekeeping, scheduling, documenting incidents for disciplinary actions, pick up other admin staff duties while said staff is on paid time off, oversee training and supervision of admin staff.
I will say this. To me, that's what you get paid for.
Yeah.
That's your job. You're employed to do what you're supposed to do. or whatever somebody wants you.
And you're reading through, this is towards the back of the request.
Yeah, there was a new line item request for a new stipend, a chief admin assistant stipend to de-escalate tense situations, ordering office supplies, preparing a meeting.
They just make them up as they go. It's Stipend County, man. Unbelievable.
Is it tense? Hold on, is it tense when they order office supplies?
We get a stipend for the tenseness that it gives us.
I picked my nose while ago on you, stipend. I thought 3 or 4 years ago, we said no more stipends.
Well, before we closed out the conversation on salaries, I just wanted to point out the request for an increase in a couple stipends and a new stipend, I guess 2 new stipends.
Sure, they pick up well paper, give them a stipend.
Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll pick that up
Okay,
next time we come back, but the bigger question is, when do we come back?
When do we come back?
okay.
Well,
we're back, I'm back on Friday.
You can forget this, but yeah, Friday, I guess that, but you'll be back on Friday.
I'll be back on Friday.
so
Yeah.
the 3rd, 4th, I can do 5th in the afternoon. If we need 5, I can do it all day if we really had to. 6th and 7th,
I'm good every day next. I'm good. Next week, I'm good. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm out of town.
the 5th, in the afternoon, I'd like to get back to the ARPA stuff if we could.
Yeah, Hershey Cambria one come in.
There's a couple of issues that we'd like to address.
So the 3rd and 4th then?
3rd and 4th, and we do 5th in the morning.
I can do
Actually, I can't do 5th. Well, I can do 5th if we need.
Well,
the 3rd. Justin and I were emailing prior to today. He wanted to review some budget information on the 3rd. That's one of the days I gave him as well. So I probably might need about an hour with him that
Okay.
day. The 4th,
After that, will that be like can you do that in the morning, then we meet after that?
that's what I was thinking.
Okay,
So
what time, you tell us then what time?
How about 10 a.m. and I'll just have him, if we get to a certain point, I'll just have him wrapped up by that time.
Okay,
Okay, and then what about Tuesday? We need to put something down there.
Tuesday, I can do the morning. I'm already booked in the afternoon.
9 on Tuesday then?
Yes, we can do that.
Oh.
And then Wednesday, I'm good. You know, whatever you want to do on Wednesday, if we need that.
you're not. What do you got?
Wednesday morning only, ARPA in the afternoon?
I thought he said he can't.
it's a Farm Bureau farm tour meeting. They asked me, invited me to go see it. I'll do budgeting,
Did you
I
already,
can-
when you already have that?
at Harbor in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you just want to do budget in the morning on the 5th?
I can do budget in the morning, yeah.
Gonna keep
I cancel
ARPA the
that.
same at 1:15 or take it to 1:30?
I think 1:15.
1:15.
Well, he, it sure can't be Hers time, it's first call from Saturday, so I said, call next 2 weeks, so. Get excited. Kind of got me, he said, we never been given that.
You ever asked it?
No,
Hearst got money.
Huh?
They got, Rebuild Illinois, I believe, money. I think they got 800,000.
I think he submitted 186,000. I said, well, I don't. It's like, it's terrible.
Okay, so Monday,
And Tuesday, Wednesday at 9.
Tuesday, Wednesday at 9,
Wednesdays till noon.
Monday
Yeah.
at 10.
Remember putting them both.
okay. Yep, that's what I got.
Monday 10, Tuesday, Wednesday at 9.
Yep.
And I'll be getting ready for the wedding.
Okay,
There's bells will be ringing.
All I know is I can't wait for the day to get here because I have been hemorrhaging money.
It will be burning.
It has got to end at some point.
okay.
When the wedding's over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got to end at
It's
some
the time
point.
you take a drink,
Okay.
you say, I'm paying.
All right, so we got a lot of information that we're waiting on from Joy. And we'll pick up there where we left
Okay.
off.
Adios.
See you. Thanks, Ken.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Motion adjourned.
Second,
Jim Marlowe.
Yeah.
Brent Gentry.
Yeah.
Tim Max.
yes,
You're supposed to check with Brett.
I will talk to Greta.
And I'm supposed to check with Tom. Figure out where I'm supposed to.
I got notes on what to talk to Greta about.
Jim, it probably makes very little difference, but when I put things in my calendar, Wednesday the 5th, I had you down for a 1:30 with an insurance presentation. Just letting you know.
Yeah. I didn't have that in my calendar. That, okay, well then, we'll do both.
We'll do them both, yeah,
We'll do
right,
both.
because we have to have an open meeting.
Yeah,
So,
so, and that's what the CMS,
Yeah.
that's who we currently have. They wanna